friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Today is an unplanned and impromptu stream. I did not plan on streaming today, but I felt like it, so here we are. The plan today is to figure out how to test a React app. There are a lot of ways to do it, and the last time I professionally tested a React app, like in production, was about a year ago, and back then I was using Jest and Enzyme. These days, vitest is the hot new thing, so I'm gonna try to use it. It's really, I mean, it's not that it's just hot and new. It's fast and it works really well, right? And it comes from the same people that make Vite. And then I've never used testing library. Testing library has been out for a long time, but this is, as far as I've found, what people are using instead of Enzyme these days. Yeah. Wait, what's viter? Oh, viter, vitest. What is viter a thing? I don't think it's a thing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Pablo. Like, so Vite is from the creator of Vue.js, Evan You. And then vitest is from the same team. But Evan You isn't on this list. But I'm guessing it's the same core maintainer, some of the same core maintainers of Vite as well. So that's the plan, and I think what I'll do is try to record a tutorial on how to set up a React app. And I don't know if there's any TypeScript React people in the chat right now that want to chime in. Like, basically, I want a React app with TypeScript. I also want it to have eslint. I also want my tests to be set up with vitest and JS DOM and testing library. And I guess that's it. What else would I need? I guess that's about it. Because then from there, I would probably set up, if we're talking to a backend, I would set up React query. But for a basic app, I wouldn't add that yet. But I mean, are there any React project generators, React project scaffolders that like come with this by default? Because this is gonna take me like an hour to set up. Eslint is just a linter for our code, so it makes sure we have like consistent semicolon usage, whether you want to use semicolons or not. Just be consistent. Consistent quote usages, like single quotes versus double quotes. Consistent indentation. Basically, it just makes your code base consistent. Yeah. Can I please explain how a front-end app, Angular, would talk to a backend like Java? When I serve the app, it works fine, but when I build the app, I keep getting a 405 error. What's a 405? I mean, that's your backend. What is the 405 status code? Method not allowed. So your Java backend is saying, hey, Angular, you're trying to make a post request when it should have been a GET request, or something like that. Are you getting that as an error in the JavaScript console? Or, yeah, where do you see that error? Yeah, and Pablo says they started testing with Jest, swapped to vitest, and now it's insanely faster. Yeah. Yeah, Vite is really great for like simple project setup, but all this other configuration, like we felt like I streamed Monday, and just getting eslint set up and all of this other stuff, like it takes time. Yeah. Is there going to be a SQL tutorial soon? I've been thinking about doing just a plain old SQL tutorial, yeah. Because most of the stuff I've done with databases, I use JavaScript, but it would be nice to just talk about SQL directly. Yeah. No, we're not doing Astro. Get applications to open with hotkeys. Ooh, you could probably do that with Raycast, or I use Alfred, but like, I don't tie any specific hotkey. I just do like command space and then F for Firefox and then hit enter. Or command space and then I for iTerm and then hit enter. That's about it. Is eslint now available for TypeScript out of the box? Yeah, so you need this plugin, TypeScript eslint, but this is the preferred way of doing it. There used to be a separate library called tslint, but people have gone back to just using eslint with the TypeScript plugin. Yeah. So vitest is a way of running our tests, and I'll show it to you in a little bit. It's pretty sweet. it'd be similar to Jest, or if you ever used Mocha, or if you ever used Jasmine. It's similar to those. You're getting it in the Java console with no additional details in the response. I have core set up and I have all methods allowed. Get requests work fine. Okay. Yeah, and that's a cool thing. That's one of the things I actually liked about Superbase is it's basically just a managed Postgres instance, and so you get to do all the cool SQL Postgres things, but with Superbase. Yeah. Oh, I plan on it, Deepak. I'm just working on it. It's going to take a while before we get it. Yeah, what's up, Mark Boots? Welcome in. Not Java, JavaScript. Okay, so in the JavaScript console, so here's how I would debug it. You've got your Angular app running. Pull open the DevTools. I mean, I don't know if you've already done this or not. I'm in the dark here, but pull open the DevTools. Click on the Network tab, clear it, and then make sure Disable Cache is checked, and then also probably want to do like persist logs, and then refresh the page and make the thing happen where the 405 error occurs. And then in the network request, you'll see it, click on it, see if you're getting any useful information in the headers, or you're getting any useful information like in the initial response, because that could mean like it's Angular is making the issue, it's sending the wrong data or calling the wrong endpoint. But if everything looks good here, then it's an issue with your backend. Then you'd probably want to go into your Java code and figure out, well, where is this code supposed to be called? I hope that helps. I don't know. I don't know exactly what you're doing, but that's the first step I would take. Yeah. So vitest is a unit testing framework. So yeah, I mean, and I will talk about the different types of testing. Unit testing is all about testing one itty bitty thing, one specific thing. Cypress is integration testing, meaning we're testing the system as a whole, everything connected together. And Mark Boots, thank you for the 2 gifted. You're very kind. Thank you. But Cypress will literally spin up a web browser, and you can tell it, click this button, and then after you click this button, you should expect that this thing happens. And then after that happens, type into this input box, and then type into this input box, and then click this button. So you write all of that in code to tell it how to interact with the page. And it does the thing. But we call this integration testing because you're testing the website actually interacting with the backend. You're testing the whole thing. You're really testing like the integration of the front end with the back end and the UI running and everything else. And this is a lot heavier. There's a lot more involved in testing like this. And this type of testing has its use cases. But unit testing specifically is all about testing one specific thing, not testing the entire flow. So with unit testing, you get into the idea of mocks and spies, because you can, in the Shibas, thank you very much for the gift. But you can basically say, well, I know that my React component is going to make an API request right here. But for the purpose of this test, let's just assume that the API server responds with this specific value. And so you have a way of intercepting network requests so that they don't actually go to a server. They go to a place where you can consistently say, the server will respond like this. How does my React app behave? That's unit testing versus integration testing, which is the whole thing. You're not mocking the server. This is very likely talking to a real server and everything else. Yeah. It's expecting a multi-part form, but I'm sending application JSON. Oh, that could be the issue as well. Yeah. So if you're making an HTTP request that is like JSON stringifying the body, and your Java backend does not have a JSON body parser, that could be an issue as well. Yeah, but I would start with the network dev tools, like figure out what it's sending, and you might even get a better error message if you look in the network dev tools. Oh yeah, you're welcome, Stony Eagle. Yeah, it cross pollinates. So the allow list works for all of the tools. Yeah, you specifically want the network tab, because then you can look at that one. What's up, Heck? Welcome in. Oh, I see. So are you bundling your React app and then putting it like in the static folder of the Java server? A cool thing just happened with my break timer. It's a super powered meditation person. That's funny. So yeah, so you're running like npm run build from your Angular app, and then are you taking those static files and then dropping them in a folder that is then served up by your backend? Is that what's happening, or are you deploying the Angular app separately? Do you know a free tool where I can test my production Node JS APIs? 500 to 600 requests per minute. Anyone in chat? What are some HTTP testing tools? I know of like Gatling gun, professional load testing tool. I've used this before, not extensively, but I have used it. There are also some command line tools. Autocannon. I saw CM Griffin using one the other day. Forget what was it autocannon? Two separate apps, two separate repos. Okay. And so your Angular app is making an HTTP request to your Java backend, which is deployed at a different URL. HTTP load testing tools. There's some stuff on npm you could use as well. I don't know. Cool. So yeah, I would really look at the network tab. Really take a good hard look at it, and make sure. I guess like you're saying that it works in dev, but not in production. So I guess the dev tools wouldn't tell you much. It might be like a build setting you need for Angular. I don't know, the She-Boss. I don't know. Yeah. Is K6 a HTTP testing tool? Using K6. Hey, cool. Thanks for that, Bakcho. Mentioned Cypress. It has recently launched a tool to do component testing, and has always done plain JS TypeScript unit testing, I guess. I haven't seen that, but I'm still going to use vitest. I'm still going to use a testing library, because I have done a little bit of my own research, and it seems like those are the industry standard right now. Features. Cypress unit testing. Hello, Sightseer. Welcome in. I look at the YouTube comments every now and then, and I will respond to YouTube comments every now and then. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, Jack Harrington made a video. Did he use HTTP testing tools? Bun versus Node. All right, but what is his testing strategy? Does he talk about it in the video? He uses Oha. Never heard of it. Oha? Right? Oha? Oregon Health Authority. Ohio. So here's another one. Apparently it's a command line tester. Okay. Have I tried visual regression testing? I have not. So that gets into snapshot testing. I haven't done a lot of snapshot testing. Yeah, that could be another issue, is environment variable change. And that actually could be why you get a network error, is the when it builds, it's making the request, potentially making the request to the wrong place. So if you look at the network tab, see if it's making the request to the right place, which is likely configured by an environment variable. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess I was just going to look at Cypress really quick. Someone mentioned it has unit tests. Cool. Cool. Let's get going. I don't have... I have a few Q&As where I kind of talk about the prototype. I don't have any direct videos on the prototype or on JavaScript prototypes. But yeah, I guess nobody chimed up. There might not be anyone here that has or knows of a React project generator. Because what I'm about to do is basically like a basic React setup that I would want anytime I'm spinning up a React app. At my last job, I essentially had something similar. It was like a boilerplate that had all the things that I use in a React app ready to go. And that's kind of what we're going to set up here. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, we're going to use vite with TypeScript template, but that doesn't come with any example tests and doesn't come with testing library installed or vitest installed. Oh, I see what you're saying. You say you just use that. Yeah, that's fine, but still a lot of other setup to do. I guess the other thing is we could set it up with React Router as well, because that's what I have in pretty much every React app. So we're really just building like a React project boilerplate here. And I mean, I'm going to put it on GitHub, but I'm curious if there's a need for some kind of React project generator like this. Cool. All right, I'm just going to get going. And we'll do it somewhat tutorial style, but I'm going to keep taking a step back and like learning things, figuring them out, and then re-explaining them after I figure them out. That's the plan here. And morning, Benji. Welcome in. I am going to get us into focus mode and just talk through this. Actually, let me make a to-do list so we don't get too off the rails, and we have some guide rails at least. React starter, React TypeScript starter. That's what we'll call this. Why not use Next.js? I mean, there's a time and a place for Next.js. I know a lot of people are basically like, if I'm building a React app, I just use Next.js, but I'm building, I guess you technically can do single page applications. I guess that's people's answers these days, is just use Next.js. I think, yeah, we would still have to set up eslint if we were using Next.js, and then does Next.js come set up with any sort of testing? Honestly, I'm curious. Let's just, as a quick aside, let's spin up a Next.js app and see what we get. Yeah, and Goofer is saying, yeah, I kept wondering. I mean, the thing is, when I think of Next.js, I think of something running on a backend server. I realize it doesn't have to be that way. You could use Next.js to build a completely static website that like talks to APIs. But I've always viewed Next.js as like, well, you're going to need some kind of Node.js server, whether that's edge functions or whatever else, but you need some kind of backend process. I guess you don't need that, but that's typically why you would choose Next.js. I am building purely front-end applications. No Node.js involved, no server-side rendering, just all client-side stuff. Which is why I would choose to use like vite or use create React app. Like, I don't need all of the stuff that that Next.js has for like server-side rendering and stuff like that. But let me spin up a... Yeah, I know you can do pure client-side, but What is this doing? I just want to generate a, I want to generate a next app. Documentation. Here we go. Yeah, I just don't have a lot of experience generating next apps, so let's do it. Next example. So it installs the dependencies. Oh, it does give us eslint. That's nice. Yeah, welcome in, Ivo. I mentioned I would use Create React App if I'm building like a basic front-end website. Doesn't need any back-end stuff. Vite is really the tool people choose for that these days anyways, because like Create React App, it barely does anything for you. I mean, it's literally just a basic app. It hides all of the Webpack config from you, and then it's like a real pain to modify that Webpack config if you want to. Whereas Vite is nice and pluggable. It's fast. So you probably just use Vite instead of Create React App if you were going to do it that way. Let's see what we get. So our package JSON, it does have eslint installed. That's interesting. There's no, okay, and then there is an eslint config, and it's just extending next. So if I wanted to like extend Airbnb, I guess I could do that in there. It doesn't come set up with any tests. So we would have to set that up. What is the preferred way of setting up tests in Next.js? Do they have anything in their documentation? Captions should be on. Yep. There's an extension you do have to enable, but they should be on. All right. Testing. With Cypress, Playwright, Jest, and React testing library with vitest. We still have to set it up. There's like no way to generate a project that like has testing set up already. That's kind of what I'm getting at. So yeah, like we could use Next, but like there's still a lot of setup that we have to do. It's not just like an option from the command line. Yeah, and the create MF app. Let's see. Is this the one from Jack Harrington? Yeah, it is. Module Federation app. But I don't want Module Federation. I just want a React app. Remix stacks. Generate a remix project quickly and easily. So testing, linting, and formatting are really the things I'm looking to have generated for me, or that I'd have to set up. Yeah, I believe Next.js is using Webpack. Yeah, and then you can customize the Webpack config. Well, I think that's the thing. It's like, I mean, that's really the question I'm trying to answer, right? If I use Vite, there's still a lot of setup I need to do. I need to set up eslint. I need to set up vitest. I need to get my tests and JS DOM set up with testing library. And then I need to like set up a router. If we use Next.js, that has... The only thing it's done for me is replace the router. So, like, I don't have to set up a router if we use Next.js. Great. But I would still manually have to set up vtests. I would still need to add more ESLint config. Oh, and then also this generated it with JavaScript. I want it with TypeScript. I thought it was going to ask me questions. Let me generate one with TypeScript. And how do I do that? So npx create next app with vitest with vitest app. It's from the docs. All right, yeah, let me find it in the docs real quick. So you can say I want TypeScript, and then yeah, so dash TypeScript will give me the TypeScript template. So yeah, let me close these examples. Remix app looks cool, but I've never used Remix. That's a whole other thing as well. Okay, npx create next app example with vitest app. However, oh, these do have TS configs, so that's good. So if I do dash TypeScript, will I get TypeScript in the examples as well? Let's try it. Well, try again. There we go. The directory with vitest app. Oh. That's what that command line argument was. I was like, what is this with vitest app? That's the name of the folder that it's going to generate. So yeah, I got the dash TypeScript from here. That. Thank you, 0xgamer, for that hydrate. All right. I agree it could have a better developer experience. Like, have you ever used a command line tool that like asks you questions and then generates the app based on that? That's what you get in the Vue.js world, like with the Vue CLI. I don't know of anything in the React world that does that. I think it might have been my VPN that was messing with it. Let me try again. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why it's erroring out. Yeah, I agree, DJ Joshua. I mean, that's why, like, before I started asking, that's why I was just gonna set it up. It's like I don't. This doesn't need to be a debate about which is better, or like why you would do this over the other. Like, there are things that I want in this app, and Next.js doesn't give me that. Like, Next.js solves certain problems and lets me do server-side rendering and static site generation, but that's not a problem I'm trying to solve right now. I want a good developer experience in the app that I'm setting up. I mean, honestly, I could probably just clone. I could clone this folder down. Like, I think literally all it's doing is grabbing this folder, right? And it has a TS config. Oh, it fails if you do -ts. Oh. So if we get rid of the -TypeScript, that'll fix it. Let's try it. Yeah, and I think like that's the other issue, right? Is like everyone's like, oh, you should just be using TypeScript. Sure, but there are still a lot of things that haven't been documented yet on like what's the best way to use them with TypeScript or get them set up with TypeScript. It's a bit of a pain, which is why a lot of people are slow to adopt it. I mean, you could argue just spin up a Next app. TypeScript will work just fine, but there are other things you need. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't working. But let's just look at this GitHub repo to see what we get. Yeah, I'm just going to clone the repo. So we get the setup here. They set it up with JS DOM. And then we have one index page. It is using TypeScript, so that's good. And then we're importing some global styles. Great. And then what do my tests look like? Seems fine. What was the question I have? Can Next.js do CSS modules? Built-in CSS support. Add a global style sheet. Import styles. Add component level CSS. Yeah, so Next.js does support CSS modules. That's nice. And then, yeah, I mean, really, this kind of just shows us how simple it is to set up React testing library with vitest, though. I am not going to use Next.js. I appreciate that it can do these things, but we're just going to generate an app with Vite. We're going to go the route that I mentioned earlier. And it's fine. Like, I'm not frustrated because this is really the thing I wanted to explore. Like, there are over 200 people here. Does anyone have a suggestion on how I can get an app up and going with all these things that I need easily without having to configure them manually? Because what I'm about to do is essentially just make a tutorial on how to configure all of this manually. And that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Same issue as this. Might be a different one. It could also just be an issue with GitHub right now that I'm not aware of. But we'll see. Yeah, I guess there probably is a boilerplate. I think the main issue with a lot of people's boilerplates is that they do too much. Like, I just want the basic setup so that I can get to coding. You know what I mean? Yeah. Would you pick Go or Rust? A lot of people hang out here that like Go, but I've looked at Rust and it looks pretty cool. Like, Rust has really interesting ideas for a programming language. Like, Rust does things that other programming languages have never done before, which is pretty cool. I don't know about Go. Go might be doing that as well, but like the whole way that Rust has you think about memory and variables is pretty interesting. Yeah. What's the goal? Yeah, the goal is to have a React app with linting and testing and routing. Yeah. The difference between class component and function component. Class is really the old way of doing it. No one really writes apps with the class component anymore. And that is a bit of a blanket statement. There are some people out there that actually prefer class components, and so they'll still write components that way. But it used to be that the only way a component could have state is if you were using class components. And then you would have functional components that you would use inside of your class components, but then you would just pass state down to them. Then they introduced hooks, and React hooks like useState and useEffect allowed us to get state into our functional components. And then everybody just moved to using only functional components. Yeah. Borrowing and ownership. Yeah. That's the whole Rust thing. Like you're borrowing something or you own something, and like that's how you manage the memory. Yeah, I think that's probably a good way to put it. Like, and again, I don't know a lot about all this stuff, but Go is probably it is lower level and more general purpose. Like Go would be a nicer to use than like C++, I think. And then Rust could solve the same problems, but it's a bit more niche and does things slightly differently. Yeah. There are many starters. Well, link one to me. I've been talking about it for 30 minutes. Show me one. Create v. Yeah, that's the one that I'm gonna use. Yeah. But it doesn't have all this other stuff. Yeah, I know. That's what we're gonna do. So, we're gonna do, and really, if you run it without that, it'll ask you the questions. We're gonna do React with TypeScript, but it doesn't have testing set up and it doesn't have routing set up. Okay, I'm just gonna stop talking about it and do it, because this is a prime example of developers talking way too much and not actually getting stuff done. I guess, I mean, one thing I haven't done is actually search the web for it. So React TypeScript vitest React router starter. React router TypeScript starter. Vitest React starter. Yeah, I think the other issue with this, though, is, like, if I find something on GitHub, like, it doesn't have any like, I'd want to find something with a lot of stars, a lot of, like, something that a lot of other people have used. Let's search all of GitHub. React starter. Not in this repository. All results on GitHub. We're going to specifically search for repositories. And apparently there's a React starter kit with 21,000 stars. TypeScript React starter from Microsoft with 11,000 stars. Let's look at it. I mean, these people, I've never heard of this, and they have 20,000 stars. Oh, it's not even a C. That's the thing. It's not even a CLI tool. You literally just clone it down. It has GraphQL, React, Relay, and Material UI. I don't need any of those things. React Router, Recoil, Firebase Authentication. Yeah, I don't need any of those things. And then Microsoft has archived this TypeScript React starter. Yeah, I'll search for boilerplate as well. Oi, mira aquí. How many stars does it have, though? 59 stars. Well, what do we get? Let's look at the package.json. We get RC Basic, don't know what that is. Tile G, don't know what that is. And there's no dependency on React Router. And there's no dependency on vitest. I don't even know what this thing's doing for us. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm basically going down this whole path to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna build it myself. Hey, no worries, Charlie. At least you're helping. I appreciate boilerplate. No, I appreciate the suggestions because it's better than nothing. Search all of GitHub. Same thing. So create React app is just going to give us the base, and I'll explain it when we get there. When we get there, I'll show you what we get by default. That's Electron. Both of these have like 20,000 stars. Wait, didn't I just click on React Starter Kit? Oh, they renamed themselves. Okay, never mind. No, they didn't. I was about to say. All right, React Boilerplate. ReactBoilerplate.com. Yeah, they just want you to clone it. Why is there a server folder? Is this Webpack config? Ew. Ew. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Remix might be the way to go if they have their stacks. But the issue with that is just like learning Remix, which is a new thing I've never used. The Blues stack. The Indie stack. There's a lot of just stuff in here. Like, and so, I mean, honestly, this is also for any beginners out there, like why I'm hesitant to use a lot of these. First of all, they don't have that many stars. Stars is not the only indicator, but that just means people have used it or are interested in it. But the other thing is, like, when you look at their package.json and they just have all of these extra dependencies in here, that is where my spidey senses start tingling. It's like, I know that we can do this with like half the dependencies. I don't know what half of these dependencies are doing, and I want to make sure that what we're setting up, I know all of the dependencies and I know what they're doing and why they're there. We don't just have a bunch of extra stuff installed. So that's one reason I wouldn't choose this one. It just has a bunch of extra stuff already. Is there like a list of stacks that people have posted? I know a lot of people are just coming in, but we've talked about it several times. But Create React App and Vite are kind of one and the same in that they'll give you the base app. Like, it has an entry point, it has an app component, but that's all they give you. We need more than that for our basic app. We need linting, testing, and routing at a minimum. And all of that would need to be set up manually with Create React App, just like it would need to be set up manually with Vite. That's the main reason. That's the main reason. Can I see what stacks they have? Oh, remix.com, remix.run/stacks. Yeah, no problems, Rockin' Brain. You can make your own. How do I make my own? Again, Astro is solving different problems. I want a single page application, dynamic React app. Astro is mainly for static builds. I know you can do this with Astro as well, and like I said earlier, you could do this with Next.js as well, but I don't think that's its main purpose. That's just one of the things that it can do. And then Fresh is server-side rendered. There's no getting around Fresh being server-side rendered. All right, I'm gonna say I've done my due diligence. Sort of. I've halfway done my due diligence. Now we're just gonna set this thing up manually. And I say manually, like we still are going to use the base Vite template, but from there we're going to need to plug in all of these other things. I mean, that's what I'm wondering as well, NFG Codex, because like, and so I'll tell you, like this, I will tell you right now, the stack I was using at my last job, which I left a couple of months ago, but this stack I used in 3 different production apps that are still in production. We had a separate front end and back end. We weren't doing any sort of server-side rendering. It was like purely an Express JSON API and then a React front end. But we also had like mobile apps and native mobile apps, not cross-platform native apps. In that we specifically had an iOS developer and specifically had an Android developer. We weren't using like React Native or something like that. But for the front end, we used just React with TypeScript. We used React Router. And then we used a thing called Easy Peasy, which I found and then just started to use in all of my apps. Because before this, we were manually setting up Redux and Redux sagas, which are cool in some ways, but also like really weird. And it's really hard to onboard new developers to sagas if they've never used them before. But easy peasy, React router. That's about it on the front end. And then the back end was expressed with feathers.js. And we could build fast with feathers, and then we also got real time for free. So one of the apps I worked on was telehealth. Telehealth, is that the word? It was a video chat app for like nurses and their patients, and they needed real-time chat and real-time interaction. So we got that for free with feathers, and then all of the the RESTful endpoints you get for free, and then you could customize them. How is easy peasy different from ZooStand? I think the main things I've seen are that it has Eimer behind the scenes, Eimer.js, which lets you write code. Like, just look at this for a second. If you're a React developer and you've been writing React for years now, and like, when is the last time you just pushed into an array? You can do that here because it's using a library called Eimer.js, which gives you immutable data structures. Essentially, you can do this, and behind the scenes, it's still immutable. Yeah. No, I didn't make the CVS telehealth app. The real-time piece of it was WebSockets. Yeah. I think this is one of the main things. So basically, easy peasy behind the scenes, it sets up a Redux store. So you can still use the Redux dev tools. But the code that you write is just so much simpler, and like there's just way less boilerplate. This is it. This is a Redux store with initial state and an action to affect that state. If you want to specifically call this action, you have a hook, use action, and now you have a function that you can call. Like, this is just so much less boilerplate than if you're just using straight Redux. And then I think like the Redux, what is it called? Redux Toolkit? I've looked at it before, but it was just like, yeah, sure, it maybe had some best practices, but at the end of the day, you're still repeating yourself and you have a bunch of boilerplate like you do normally with Redux. All right, there's the provider. Yeah, initial state. I mean, I guess technically this is creating like its own little Redux store here. I think it was supposed to address it, but I don't. From what I've seen, it doesn't address it as well as easy peasy. I guess easy peasy has a few thousand stars, but it never really took off. ZooStand started to get a ton of traction, but from what I've seen, ZooStand is just a lesser easy peasy. Yeah, they have 21,000 stars. There's some bigger names out there talking about ZooStand that have never used or never talked about easy peasy. Okay. Let's get going. Let's write some code. I guess I did say I was going to make a to-do list. Vite, React, TypeScript, vitest, testing library, React router. This is what we're doing today. we are. We're not going to add Pico CSS. It's just going to be just a basic React app. I haven't used Fastify in production. No, I've only used Express in production. Fastify seems cool. It's like the API isn't that hard to understand, and it's really similar to Express. I just think there are so many, at this point, legacy Express apps out there that people aren't going to rewrite. Which is why people keep choosing Express, or they have developers that already know Express. I mean, it's not that hard to pick up Fastify, but I've never used it in production. Okay. Is it Zustand? Zustand. Zustand. I guess you're German. You would know it best, wouldn't you, Worsty? Zustand? Can using these boilerplates cause problems when updating dependencies? That's so that's the other interesting thing about, like, I guess the ecosystem that we just explored. All of those starter kits and boilerplates that we found are just a repo that you clone down. Once you clone them down, you are now in charge of all of the dependencies and dependency management. You need to keep those up to date, which is a very different model than Vue.js and the Vue CLI. You essentially have one dependency on the Vue CLI service, and it handles all of the build dependencies and everything for you. You don't have to keep those up to date. As long as you keep the Vue CLI service up to date, everything else will be up to date. Also, their generator will ask you, do you want to use testing? Do you want to use linting? Basically, we need the Vue CLI for the React ecosystem is what we need. And we're doing unit tests is the plan. Zustand. Zustand? Zustand? Zustand. 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 All right. First thing we want is to generate vite plus TypeScript. Then we want to set up eslint with. And then that's the other thing. Eslint, React, vite, React, TypeScript, eslint. So set up eslint and TypeScript. Oh, and I missed a message from American 2050. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. This is an impromptu stream. I guess I didn't mention that earlier. It was true. There was no stream until Friday, but then today I felt the urge to go live and have this debate and argument about React apps set up. But not really. I'm here to write code. I'm here, like, we live in a society, and I'm here to make your time in that society a little less cumbersome. So yeah. Do we set up prettier too? Why would I use prettier with eslint? Like, what can prettier do that eslint doesn't do? I guess it has the formatter. I mean, in my apps, I typically do use... Yeah, we'll figure that out. Formatting. I guess, the nice thing is, like, prettier has rules about, like, and it knows how to format. If a line is too long, prettier knows how to reformat it so that it's not long anymore. eslint doesn't know how to do that. That's the one scenario where prettier... does not shine. You can use prettier without eslint, but eslint enforces things like you shouldn't have parentheses around a narrow function with one argument, that kind of thing. I guess we could choose something else besides React Router. It's true, Mark. We'll get there in a second, though. I do want to write this, like, to-do list, and then we'll get into it. Yeah. Prettier is more consistent and faster. It's considered best practice to let Prettier do the format and eslint do the linting. Well put, Killer. Thank you for saying that. We use Prettier with eslint at my company. There is an eslint plugin to make it ignore Prettier-related rules. We have Prettier do things like add semicolons and breaklines. Yeah, that's going to be the one tricky part here in setting this up, is getting these two to play nice with each other. Yeah. Welcome, Alka. How's it going? Yeah, but I think based on your eslint config, the order you put the plugins in will affect which one takes precedence. What I actually set up is eslint Airbnb config, because I like all of the rules and I'm used to all of the rules from that config. And I have those rules override prettier rules. React location. Thank you. Thank you, American 2050. Yeah, I'm going to try Astro soon. Yeah, I will. I don't know. It'd be interesting if they were going to replace Webpack. Oh, yeah. DevToys, I think is the name of the app. Yeah. This only works on Windows, but it's really cool. Honestly, they should have made it cross-platform. But this has things like JSON formatter, base64 decoder, XML formatter, hex conversion. I think it can also do like generate TypeScript types from JSON. Basically, all of the little dev things that you need. This thing can do that. And we were gonna make like a cross-platform version of that. Yeah. I've gotten prettier working with Airbnb rules. That's what we're going to have to figure out today. Oh, I didn't know there was a viteconf. Viteconf. Nice. Lots of stuff happening. B Dougie! He streams on Twitch. I don't know if I... B Dougie, maybe? Yeah, that's him. I think. Maybe not. That's the wrong B Dougie. Does anyone know Brian Douglas's Twitch handle? Maybe it is B Dougie-o. Here. Not that. Not that. This is the settings that I want. I was just gonna delete this message so no one clicks it. Don't click that link. That's the one. Go check out B-Ducky. He streams here on Twitch. We've rated him a couple of times. Cool. Yeah, I'll have to look at this lineup a bit more later. And I guess I should probably go to this. I think it's... Will they have it remote? When is it? October 11th and 12th. It is a completely online conference. Cool. Cool. I'll have to go to that. Because I'm out of date. There's so many things I don't know about in the JavaScript ecosystem. That's probably what we need, David, but I'm going to figure it out as we go. Yeah. Cool. CyberChef? What's this? Dev toys for Mac. Did they cross-compile it? What did they do? Or did they completely rewrite it? Wow, that's pretty cool. Oh, I see. So CyberChef has all of those different tools and stuff like that. It is the UK government's encryption and decryption tool. What did you have me click on? But it looks like, yeah, they have like to base 64 from base 64, those kinds of things. Okay. What's up, Bob? Welcome in. Let me finish this to-do, and then we'll get going. And React Okay, so set up eslint TypeScript prettier. That's this next step there. Set up vitest JS DOM and testing library. Yeah, the statuses are gone right now because of reasons. They'll be back eventually. And then we can build a quick image search app. That's what we'll do after we get all of this done. I would say for this app, I wouldn't get Cypress set up. Like, if we're going to do all of this unit testing anyways, do we really need Cypress? Maybe. if we're integrating this with the backend specifically. But this is our to-do. And I think, so regardless of if you're going to be looking at me doing this and you're like, why are you spending all this time? You could have just used Next in Next.js and saved 30 minutes. A lot of this config would have still needed to happen with a Next.js app. But think about this. From a beginner's perspective, when they come across a React app that has a bunch of stuff in it, if they watch this video, they'll have a better understanding of how all of that fits together, because that's what we're going to do. We're basically going to fit this all together. I didn't say ban. What do you mean ban next? Next is fine. I'm just not going to use it for this specific use case. I think so. Like, I'm probably still stuck in the mindset of JavaScript devs in the earlier days of like React and AngularJS, where I like purely client-side apps, and JavaScript on the client is fine. All of the apps that I've built are client-side apps, and then I build my backend completely separate. And I just like doing things that way. If you start to use something like Next.js, you do get like static site generation, and you also can get like hybrid server-side rendering for free. But that also, again, requires a Node.js server. Like when we're done with this React app, we can put it on any static CDN in the world, and it can exist there forever for free because it doesn't need a backend service to actually run. Yeah. And for this scenario, I don't handle SEO. If you want SEO, you build a separate marketing site that is specifically bringing users into your app that you built in some other way. Yeah, but I think that, and that's the other thing is like, I mean, I worked professionally in a consultancy for over 3.5 years, and most of the clients that we got didn't care about SEO because they were building internal tools, or they would have two separate apps. They have like a marketing website that is built with like WordPress, which does wonderfully at SEO. And then the app would be separate. But like the other aspect of having a completely separate API and structuring your app that way is you can very easily introduce native clients that can talk to that JSON API. If you go the server-side rendered route with Next.js, if you don't write it so that your API routes are separate from the get-go, you're going to have to refactor it if you want to incorporate some non-web client in the future. So, yeah, Next can technically output a single-page application. It can. I mean, I guess, but then I wouldn't be able to use vite. I want to use vite. I think that's the other thing. Rockin' Brain says, you just described my job strategy. SEO is in a separate landing page. Yeah. Yeah, like that. So, and that's the other thing is, so like, because SvelteKit had basically, if you look in their documentation, they basically say, last time I checked, this might have changed, but last time I checked, they specifically said you shouldn't use SvelteKit to generate single-page applications or do static site generation. SvelteKit requires a backend server and does server-side rendering, straight up. But I'm hesitating right now. Oh, never mind. I already answered my question. Like, why am I not using Next? Because I want to use vite. I want to use vite. That's why I'm not using Next. Next doesn't use vite. I mean, at this point, I technically probably should just use Astro, but it's so new. And what is the server-side rendering story with Astro? Yeah. I don't know. Resources on design patterns. There is a JavaScript design patterns repo on GitHub. JavaScript patterns. Apparently there's quite a few of them. Just look at these search results, but I'll show you the top results. So this one, Design Patterns for Humans JavaScript Edition. That seems dope. Like you see the explanation and then you see the example in JavaScript. And then this has a bunch of examples in the repo as well. Yeah, check out both of those. I will say there's probably no replacement for the design patterns book. This one. You've probably seen this cover somewhere. Elements of reusable object-oriented software. Like, this was released in 1994, but it's still relevant. Patterns.dev, never seen it. Let's see. Get started. Design patterns. Introduction. The singleton pattern. Yeah, that looks pretty slick too. Cool. All right. Let's get going. Let's get going. What's the best way to have a backend app that stores images and pass them to a front-end app? Your backend. Think of your backend as the middle thing between your front end and an image store. So something like Amazon S3, or some other way of storing static files. So your front end, if users are doing uploads, for example, they send that file to your backend server, and then your backend server stores it in S3. And then S3 will give you back an object URL. You store that URL in your database. And so when your backend responds with like where the images are, it's giving back URLs of where the images are stored in S3. If you look into the AWS S3 SDK for the front end, there is a way to generate like an upload key on your server, give that upload key to the client, and then the client can actually directly upload to AWS 3. But I like to have like a backend app in the middle there because it can do the hard work of putting it in the bucket, getting back the response, and then putting that URL in a database. And David, thank you for the bits. It was like, I'm going to interrupt you right now with money. Firebase Cloud Storage is good for beginners. Yeah, so anything... First of all, my answer to you is find a service where you can host your images, and then have your backend integrate with that service, and only store URLs in your database. Don't store like image blobs in your database. Yeah. The thing is, we're not trying to be bleeding edge right now. We are trying... This is what we're trying to do with me showing this and with this tutorial. New developers in the React ecosystem. So whether they came from the world of Angular, they came from the world of Vue, or whether they used to be backend developers and now they're front-end developers, I'm trying to give them a fighting chance at understanding what's happening in the apps that they're using. That is my goal right now with what we're about to do. So yeah. What just happened? Why did that just happen? Well, yeah, the Gang of Four. That design patterns book is from the Gang of Four. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, I actually found the Head First Design Patterns book at a thrift store. It's upstairs. I have it. Dino and Vite will be a topic? Nice. What's up, Andrew? Welcome in. The Real Infinite. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Yeah. I'm telling you, we're it's classic. I have not used Remix. I probably should try it though. S3 or any AWS product is not an option. Cool. Min.io is a self-hosted version of Amazon S3. They also have a cloud service. But basically, there's a lot of packages and tools out there that work with S3, but it doesn't have to be AWS. So like, yeah, there's Min.io, Wasabi. I've talked about Wasabi before, but this is S3 compatible storage as well. There's also Backblaze. Feel free to throw in the chat if you know of other like S3 compatible storage services. Yeah. A pre-signed S3 URL. That's how you are able to upload from the client. But I don't like that strategy because then the client gets back a URL of the uploaded thing, I guess. And then they would have to send that to your backend. So now you're depending on that value coming from the client. And people could mess with that. Though when you generate the signing URL, you might also get like the ending URL of where it's going to be uploaded to. I don't know. JSDOM just works really well with testing library. That's why we're going to use JSDOM. Because I used to use Enzyme. I'm familiar with testing React apps with Enzyme. But it's not the Contabo. Never heard of it. Yeah, I mean, like that's the other way is you just upload these to a server somewhere and now they're sitting in a directory, and you store in your database the name of the file that's in that directory. But that doesn't scale because once you have a few thousand users and they're all uploading images, now you have a folder with a bunch of images inside of it. That's why you want to use a service of some kind. S5? Simple storage service is storage service. S3, yeah, okay, I get it. It's like ATM machine. You can choose the exact, that's good to know because then your backend would be in control of the URL, so then you could put that into your DB. All right, this is our to-do. Let's get started. Yeah, I saw Happy DOM. I think I'm just gonna use JS DOM. Vitest supports both Happy DOM and JS or JS DOM. You can just choose which one you want. Isn't it like poetic though? It's like, yeah, let's get started, and then instantly like, oh well, you could be using this. But we are going to choose JS DOM simply because it has more stars on GitHub and it's been out for longer. Like this one has 1,000, the other one has 17,000. I don't know. You saw a sign that said ATM machine the other day? I feel like that happens a lot, right? All right, here we go. So, but Josie was like, why are there loading symbols on there? And then I was thinking like, you know what? That makes it seem like, oh, maybe we don't support these things. But watch what happens with TypeScript. Oh, I guess it happened last time. It was like, nope, we don't support it. Oh, just kidding. We actually do support it. This is vitest. Vitest says blazing fast. Vite does not. All right, let's do a YouTube intro. Or also I'll do a thumbnail. Okay. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, we are going to set up a React app with Vite, and TypeScript and a lot of other developer tools. So we are going to, after we get our Vite app generated, we're going to set up eslint. We're also going to use the eslint Airbnb config, which has some pre-configured rules that I like. And then we're also going to set up prettier. And so prettier and eslint are going to work together to make sure that we're consistent with our code, and we also have some automatic formatting. After we get all of that set up, we're going to set up vitest, which is a new blazing fast testing library. And we're going to get that set up with JS DOM and then a library called testing library. And so I said vitest was a testing library. And Acorn, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Glad to have you. Have I rated you before? Do I know you? But yeah, what were you working on? Funi.com. Is this a valid link? Can I click it? Oh, you're playing games. Did you make this? Or you were just playing games? Welcome in, Raiders. Glad to have you. We are literally just getting started, and I'm actually I will. Oh, she made it? Wow. Should we just play a game right now? Here's the thing. I've been live for over an hour, and we're just about to get started. But why don't we just play a game? New room. Private room. Maximum number of players we can have is 42. Me versus everyone else. And then can I share this link with you all? Guess I can. Hey. That's so cool. Acorn's here. Nice. Hello. We're stress testing it. Yeah, like 42 users instantly. Here, I'll get out of focus mode really quick. Thanks again for the raid, Acorn. I appreciate it. All right, how do I know if the room is full? Okay, 47? Is that a bug? Because we only said 42, right? Did we break it accidentally? Let's go. Let's start the game. Look at all these smileys. Oh, I hope we... Okay, so everyone be nice to Funi.com. Don't do anything weird. But, I get to go first. I see, I get to go first. And I'm going to put one right there. All right, now you all get to go, and you get to choose where do you want to put it? Is that how it goes? Oh, no, it's going to go one by one. So right now, Dense Skipper. If you're out there, Dense Skipper, you or Romantic Sucker, you get to choose where it goes. Okay, yeah, so you chose that. Great. I'm going to go there. So I've built simple games where I play against Twitch chat before, and it is surprisingly easy to beat people when they're not communicating with each other. Because like that, let's go there. But yeah, this is pretty awesome. The way that I've done multiplayer games in the past is when it's me versus everyone else has like 20 or 30 seconds to vote on what move they want to make. I like this idea of like giving one person control, though. That's pretty sweet. All right, you all are about to beat me. I don't have audio on. No, I can turn it on. Oh. Oh yeah, a long time ago, I made a basic website, or a basic like WebSockets website that showed people how real-time works, and anybody that went to the webpage, you could see their mouse moving. I think I spoke too soon. You all are doing pretty good. You all are doing pretty good here. Nice. What's my strategy? I don't even know if I have a strategy. Mewtwo. Thank you for the raid, Mewtwo. So we just got raided by Acorn, and we're playing their game and their website that they created, and then you raided us. Welcome in. Shouts out to Mewtwo. What were you working on? Oh, you're doing Astro. This is Funi. Yeah, Acorn just raided us. So I'm playing right now. I'm playing Connect 4 against the chat. I believe if you go to this URL, you can spectate, but the people playing are already in there. But welcome in, everyone. You've arrived at the Coding Garden. Usually we write code. Right now we're playing a game, but that's okay. After this, we're gonna get into setting up a React app with linting and testing. Oh! I took too long! No! I'm throwing! No! Set up a two-way win? Did I really have that? Alright, now I'm gonna block them from winning. Dang it. Two. Okay. Did I have a win there? Oh, I missed the win. I missed the win. I literally had a win right there. I can't believe I missed it. Oh man. Can we do a stalemate? Let's stalemate, everyone. Oh, and then I missed that too. Okay. Well. That was fun though. This is awesome, Acorn. I've never seen this site before. So I guess are all of the games meant to be played like on like streamer versus everyone else? 'Cause this is great. I love it. It's awesome. Cool. All right. Well, that was fun. Shouts out to Acorn. Shouts out to Mewtwo. Most of the games support lots. That's really cool. I was gonna do a community game night on Sunday, and then I didn't. But I can use this next time we do a community game night. But welcome in, Raiders, from Acorn and from Mewtwo. We're actually gonna get right in to this tutorial that I'm doing right now. We're gonna start with an app generated with Vite and TypeScript, and then we're gonna configure all of this developer tooling so we get a nice developer experience in our React app. So let's get started for the 50th time. And it wasn't just these raids that are preventing me from getting started. We basically spent an hour talking about, should I set this up from scratch? Why don't I just use Next.js? Should I find a boilerplate? And the answer is, I'm going to do it this way so that if you are a newer React and TypeScript developer, like let's say you've worked in some other thing like Vue or Angular and now you're coming into the React ecosystem, this will help you better understand all of the various dependencies that are installed in a React app that you might be working in. And if you're a complete beginner, this will give you a better idea of how a project goes from like 3 basic dependencies to like 10, 20 developer dependencies. So yeah. And I think, one thing is, yeah, we want to use Vite, but Vite is fast and good and such. So let's talk about it. All right. And this is going to be on YouTube as well. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, I'm going to show you how to set up a React and TypeScript app with Vite. But we're not just going to set up a basic app, we're also going to get all of our developer tooling set up as well. So once we get the basic app up and going, we're also going to set up eslint, which makes sure that we write consistent code. We're also going to set up the eslint Airbnb config, which is more opinionated and more rules about how we style and structure our code. And then we're also going to set up prettier, which has a lot of opinions on how to format our code. After we get all of that working, then we're going to set up testing, and specifically unit testing on the front end. This video is just starting, but you've probably been watching YouTube all day. Look away from the screen, take a quick stretch, and then we'll get right into it. So lastly, we will set up unit testing. So specifically, we're going to use this library called vitest, which is a blazing fast unit test framework. We're going to combine that with JS DOM, which is DOM in pure JavaScript. And then we're going to use this thing called testing library. Going to combine all those together, and we're going to get some nice unit testing for our React app. And then lastly, we'll just set up a little React router and build a simple image search app with this setup application. Let's go. So first step is to generate an app using Vite. If you go to vitejs.dev, you can read more about it. And I am specifically going to run this command. So I'm using npm. If you're using yarn or pnpm, just follow those commands instead. But I'm going to run this command right here, and it's going to ask me some questions. So I'm going to call this React TS app. I want React-TS, so this will automatically set up a TS config for me. And then now, if we go into there, we can take a look. And while we're taking a look, I'll go ahead and do an npm install to get all of the dependencies installed. But if you take a look at the package.json, you can see we have a dependency on React and React DOM. That's so that we can write React. We have a dependency on the types, so we can use TypeScript with them. And then we have a dependency on the Vite plugin for React, a dependency on Vite, and a dependency on TypeScript. All of these are dev dependencies. So these dependencies are only working for us locally so that we have a good developer experience. Great. You can see the scripts. We have npm run dev, which will just run Vite, npm run build, which will build and bundle our Vite app, and then preview, which I believe will preview the built version of the app. We can see that we do get a TS config, and there are two TS configs. So the tsconfig.json with like lib dom, etc., is the TypeScript config used by our React code. Because that React code is going to need to get turned into JavaScript that can run inside of the web browser. And this config specifically does that. This one is for Vite itself. So we can configure Vite with TypeScript. So we can see we have this vite config.ts, but Vite is running on our machine with Node.js. So it needs a slightly different TS config. So that's why we have two TS configs. And then we also have this index.html. So this is essentially our entry point. And you can see how this stuff is working. So Vite has a reference to our main TSX file. And this is kind of weird, right? You've probably never seen an HTML file mixing TSX, because usually TSX is TypeScript with JSX, but that isn't referenced directly in each HTML. It's actually like bundled, and then like your React app is mounted. But Vite works in a very interesting way. So if our dependencies are installed, if I do npm run dev, we should get a Vite app to spin up. It might be on a different port for you, but I have a bunch of stuff on my machine, so it just gives me the first available port. Here we go, we have a Vite app. But if we look at the source code of the page, we can see some interesting stuff going on. So you can see right here, it has a reference to source main.tsx, but when I click on it, I see some weird stuff. So essentially what Vite and esbuild behind the scenes have done is when the web browser requests this file, it actually transpiles it into JavaScript on the fly. So if you look at the actual source main.tsx file, it's your pretty standard React setup, right? Import React, import our app component, and then mount it in the DOM right there. But the way Vite handles this is basically when that file is requested on the fly, it transpiles it, and then that's what's get loaded into the browser. So the code we write looks like this, but when it runs through TypeScript and esbuild, it ends up looking like this, which is cool. So yeah, that's that HTML right there. We just reference that one file, it loads it in, and then Vite handles the rest. So that's our main entry point. You can see that it's referencing index.css. These are just global CSS styles. While we're in here, I'm just going to go ahead and rip them out because we won't have any basic CSS to start. If we take a look at the app.tsx, this is our main main component. Let's also rip some stuff out of here too. So we can see that it's importing app.css. This is still technically global CSS, even though it's being imported like this. Later on, we are going to set up CSS modules, so we won't be using this. So for now, I'm actually just going to straight up delete app.css as well. And then let's reconfigure this component to get rid of all the stuff we don't need. So I don't want that React logo. For now, we're not going to have use state. I'm literally just going to have a div that says hello world. Like this. And so this is our basic React app. And if we go back over here, boom, we see it's nice and ugly with just like that default Times New Roman font. Awesome. And then I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this react.svg because we're not using it. And right now, if you look in the index.html, it is referencing vite.svg as the favicon. Favicon? Referencing it as the icon. But I'm going to get rid of that. If you want to add a favicon, you could just put one in the public folder and replace it. So I'm going to get rid of that as well. In the past, people have asked me, what's the difference between that assets folder and that public folder? Here's my answer for that. If you have assets that need to be bundled in some way, so they need to run through some loader that will minify them or transform them in some way, it makes sense to put them in the assets folder. If you have assets, static assets that don't need any sort of processing, you can just put those directly in the public folder, and these are going to get copied over to your build. All right. That is it for generating the app and the quick preview. Next up, we are going to configure eslint and all of the associated formatting and linting tools as well. Okay, how'd I do? Any questions or thoughts about this initial setup and what I just said about the base setup here? Does everyone else get port 5173 whenever they start up Vite? Why is nobody? Yeah, it was funny. We got, I mean, I wouldn't call getting rated interrupted, though. It's fun to talk to new friends and invite people in, so. Blazing fast is a worse tagline than fast and good and such. At this point, blazing fast is a bit of a meme, right? To call yourself that. Welcome in, Trash Dev. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Using a project generator to delete all the generated code. Yeah. And so if we talk about that for a second, like the reason, well, I mean, I used that Vite project generator because for one, it gave me this file. It also gave me the tsconfig, and then it gave me the setup between the HTML file and the tsx file. But when it comes down to it, we probably could have created that from scratch. I don't know. Yeah, thanks for being here, Trash Dev. Oh, it is the default. Okay. Glad to hear it. Well, I'll leave that in the video, though, because earlier when I mentioned it might be a different port for you, that's fine. We're using the latest Vite. We can see 3.07. Is that the latest? So Vite 3. So first step, anybody that wants to follow along or if you're here, go to vitejs.dev, click on Get Started, and then that's going to give you the command you need to run. So copy paste this. After you've copy pasted that, delete all the CSS, delete all the assets. That's it. It's version 3.09 on NPM. Why do I have 3.07? Oh, man. I do. it's the semantic versioning. So it says anything greater than 3 point whatever. So this actually, you could have 3.9.9 and that would satisfy this semantic versioning tag. Because this means your patch can be anything and your bug fix minor thingy there can be anything. Okay. Yeah, and so that's the other cool thing is like the nice thing about vite is the hot reloading is blazingly fast, and unironically so. So there's my my little React app over there. Watch this, and I'll take a quick stretch. Watch how fast. So I'm gonna press Command S. Boom. Like instant. Right, are you ready? Command S. Boom. So like vite, hot reloading and page refreshing is insane. And it's all because of this thing esbuild. It's using this under the hood. Yeah, so vite is essentially combining esbuild and rollup into a really fast and really good developer experience. Yeah, wow. Okay. Let's do the next thing. So at some point, we're going to reach a place in our to-do where I don't know what to do next. And we'll have to figure that out. Then I'll take a step back and we'll I'll teach it for the YouTube video. But I do know how to set up eslint for the basic stuff. I've never heard of Vadin. Bun is faster than vite. They're not even comparable. I guess technically Bun wants to be a bundler and a JavaScript runtime, whereas vite is a bundler. It's not a JavaScript runtime though. What's Vadin? An open platform for building web apps for Java. UI components, Figma design kit. It looks really corporate. Based on their homepage, I don't know what they do. I'd have to dig into it more. No, you can say bun. Just be nice about it. Okay. Is this going to help me out? Nice. I am going to just install eslint as a dev dependency, and then I think it'll ask me, and then when I init, it'll ask me questions. Okay. So, to set up eslint, the first thing we need to do is install eslint as a dev dependency. So I'm going to go ahead and kill the vite app. And if I do npm i-D eslint, that'll install eslint as a dev dependency. And if we take a look at our app and we take a look at that package.json, we should now see eslint in our dev dependencies. Good to go. Now that I have it there, we can use it to generate our base TypeScript config. So if I do npx eslint -- init, whenever you do npx, it will first look in your node modules, and because we just installed eslint, it'll know to look there for that eslint command. And then -- init is their command line tool, which is going to ask us some questions. So I want to check syntax, find problems, enforce code style. In my case, I'm using imports and exports because we're in TypeScript. I am using React, and I am using TypeScript. And my code is running in the browser. So this is a purely client-side React app. The code is running in the browser. Pause the video. See, the thing is, last time I chose use a popular style guide. Okay, this is what's confusing. If you generate this config for a Node app, so if you choose Node and not browser, it'll actually ask you if you want to use Airbnb. But now it only asks me if I want to use standard and XO. Let me see. Let me just do this for a second to see how I can get these options. So if I do imports, exports, React, TypeScript. What if I choose neither browser nor node? Use a popular style guide. No, maybe when you choose React, it doesn't... let me see. Imports, exports. Yeah, what happens if I don't choose React, but I do choose TypeScript? No, I swear I got Airbnb as an option. None of these. Yes, TypeScript. Neither of those. Maybe I just used an old version, like a globally installed version. Yeah, there needs to be a way to say, oh, I didn't mean to do that. I swear it's possible. I'm curious, though, in their docs, do they say anything about Airbnb? Have a bunch of blog posts that talk about it. Shortly after version 7.3, we received an issue that eslint config Airbnb was breaking because it used infinity in a rule. Infinity should have been forbidden by the rules option schema, but a bug in a JSON validator, the schema validator we used, incorrectly allowed it. This was finally caught. Updating eslint config Airbnb to use number max safe integer instead of infinity is the ideal solution, but would have taken too long since this was the only reported issue and isolated to that config. Rather than in-user configs, we implemented an exception that replaced it. Okay, so I think they just removed it from their generation tool because of the issues that it caused before. Because it used to be that they used to allow you to do it. All right. So instead of choosing a style, I'm going to not choose that because we're going to manually specify and manually set up Airbnb config. eslint config Airbnb. eslint config Airbnb TypeScript. If you're using React, use eslint config already. Okay, so we'll set this one up first, and then we'll install this one to get all the React stuff. And then we also want eslint prettier. eslint config prettier. Turns off all rules that are unnecessary or might conflict with prettier. Runs prettier as an eslint rule. Which one of these do I want? We have eslint 8.23. Check the prettier docs. Prettier? Prettier. eslint integrations. Prettier eslint passes prettier output to eslint -- fix. Prettier standard. I think I want this. Can I use it from the command line? eslint config Airbnb TypeScript prettier. This is comedy. This is comedy. Okay. TypeScript eslint prettier. Who's Toshi? So right now, I don't know if we want to use this. I guess I could see just like what do they do. So they export this config. This config adds Airbnb, prettier React, prettier TypeScript eslint. Oh goodness. And then it has all of these plugins as well. Okay. These plugins were especially useful when Prettier was new. By running Prettier inside your linters, you don't have to set up any infrastructure. You know, with a lot of it's... Okay, so I think they are recommending eslint config Prettier. That's what they're recommending. Cool. Cool. Is there another package I need for Prettier? Yeah, this will get uploaded to YouTube eventually. It's going to require some editing because like all of this right now is not going to be in the video because I need to figure this out before we get into it. I have not heard of servmon. Is it like nodemon? Don't like that. Types for prettier TS then? Maybe I don't need it. Cool. Yeah, and that's what I want to do as well, Vatica. After we get it all set up, other people can use it, but also people can see what goes into creating a setup like this. I guess is React just a sub-package of Prettier? Source index.js. Yeah, it would probably be easier to not to not use Prettier, but I do want to get it working because I've gotten it working in the past, and it's really nice when it's all nice and working together. eslint plugin Prettier. That's the one we're going to install. And then we're also going to install Airbnb. So apparently, I think I might use this as a source of inspiration when we're setting up our config. This. Because this section here, Airbnb hooks, eslint recommended, prettier React, prettier TypeScript eslint. That is the set of things that we're going to need for sure. But I'm not going to use that config. We're going to set it up manually. eslint config prettier. That's the one we want. Okay, back to this point. And we're generating the config, and then we're going to manually install some of those other things. So from the command line, we can do npx eslint -- init. And so because we did... Give me a second. I want to wait for the noises to stop. I've never used this config. eslint config airbnb TypeScript prettier. I've never used that. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. NFG codecs. You basically have a starter set up for all of that. What's up, Terawatt? Content's all right. Oh, sure. Last time I chose XO. I don't want to use XO. XO has so many rules that I'm not familiar with that it makes it even harder for me to write code. Or it makes it harder for me to explain to beginners because I'm also fighting the linter. Whereas if I use Airbnb config, I'm used to all of those rules. And so yeah, that's why we're doing that. Okay. 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 Yeah, I didn't like XO. It seems like, I mean, because the eslint config thing offered it up as an option, it seemed like it's really popular, but I didn't like it. All right, now that we have eslint installed as a dev dependency, we can do npx eslint -- init. So again, when you do npx, it's going to look in the node modules folder. So because we just installed eslint, it'll run it from there. And then -- init is their command line tool, so that way we can generate a basic configuration. So for now, I'm just going to choose check syntax and find problems. After we get this initial base set up, we're going to install some other plugins to get the configuration that I like. We are using imports and exports. We're using React. We are using TypeScript. Our code is running inside the browser because this is a React app, and the config file will be in the JavaScript format. So you can see that this is also going to install these dependencies. So plugin React, TypeScript eslint plugin, TypeScript eslint parser. This allows TypeScript to work in conjunction with eslint. And I'm using npm, so we can install these. Yeah. So after running that, we should have a basic eslint config. You can see right here, this eslint rc.cjs. And you can see that it's extending eslint recommended, plugin React, all of that good stuff. But there are a few other plugins that I want to install. So first of all, Airbnb. So the Airbnb style guide is a style guide released by the Airbnb company that describes how they like to write JavaScript and React code. And it's just a bunch of their opinions because there's a lot of ways to do it, a lot of different ways you could write a functional component, or a lot of different ways you could do various things. And so they have a bunch of rules where they've defined all of that ahead of time. So things like preferring, wait. I'm not even going to show this as an example. So they have a lot of built-in rules, and I want to pull those into my eslint config so that way I don't have to configure those rules manually. And essentially by installing this, we are going to get all of those default rules. So I am going to grab this. And then do an npm i-d with eslint config Airbnb. Now that I have that dependency, we can add it to my configuration. eslint plugin import. Well, maybe not though. I don't think that installed all of those other peer dependencies. Might have to redo that. Yeah, it didn't do it. So I want to install it, but I want to make sure that I get the peer dependencies. Cool. What's the benefit to doing this over using the eslint CLI tool to the eslint CLI tool doesn't give us the option of Airbnb anymore, which is why I have to do this manually. They used to give you an option where you could choose Airbnb. They don't do that anymore. All right, this is the command I want. Okay. So to install this, we're going to use this command. There are other dependencies that the eslint config Airbnb depends on, including eslint plugin import, eslint plugin React, which we already got because we use the command line tool, but we are missing import and we are missing the React hooks and a few others. Let me say that again. So now to install eslint config Airbnb, we're going to run this command because there are a few other dependencies we need along with eslint config Airbnb. You can see when we generated our eslint config, we did get eslint plugin React and the TypeScript eslint plugin and parser, but we didn't get things like eslint plugin React hooks, eslint plugin JSX A11Y. We didn't get any of these. So if we run this command, it's going to install eslint config Airbnb and all of the things that it depends on. So I'm going to copy that command from here and run it. And install peer deps is specifically a command line tool that's going to find those peer dependencies and then install them as well. So you can see now what it's doing. It's installing eslint config Airbnb, eslint, which we already had, eslint plugin import, and all of these other things. So it installed all of those. And then now we can see we have a bunch more plugins in here as well. Awesome. So now that it's installed, we can add it to our config. So specifically in the extends section of our eslint, we want to add Airbnb and Airbnb hooks. So if we go over to our eslint here, I'm actually going to get rid of eslint recommended, and I'm going to add these in. Airbnb essentially overrides eslint recommended. Airbnb has all of the things, all of the rules, all the things I want and need. So once I put it there, we're not extending from eslint recommended anymore. And you can see I instantly got, the moment I saved that, I got some red squiggly lines. And you can see that expected indentation of 4 spaces, but found 8. So the Airbnb config enforces I believe a 2-space tab. And so now that I have that, if I do Command-Shift-P, eslint fix all auto-fixable problems, now it's taken the default rules that Airbnb likes and prefers, and it's applied that to this specific file. So that's great. All right. Next up, we need these rules to also support TypeScript. So there's a plugin for that. This plugin, eslint config Airbnb TypeScript. I can install it as a dev dependency here. You can see in their description, they say, hey, you need that thing we just installed, eslint config Airbnb. And then they also say that you need eslint plugin and parser, which we do have. If you remember, when we generated our config, we got these 2 things when we told it that we were using TypeScript. So we already have those. We only need to install this. So now I will do an npmi-D eslint config Airbnb TypeScript. And then now we get something else that we can extend. And we specifically are using React, so we want this Airbnb-TypeScript. This is saying if you're not in a React app, you would do it this way. But we want that. And so if we go back over to our config, right here, we're going to do Airbnb TypeScript. So now we have rules for our TypeScript files as well. And then we need to fix this. Though I'm curious if they're... Yeah, it does. So you can see the moment I ran that and saved it, we get this error. It's a big, nasty error. But if you look back at the eslint config Airbnb TypeScript documentation here, it tells us that we need to add this parser options section. So essentially, to get eslint and TypeScript to work well together, we need to tell eslint where our TypeScript config is. So right in here, I'll just write this from hand. I copied it out. But we need a parser options section like this. Let's do this slowly so you can see. So it's an object. And then inside of here, we need a project property that points it to our tsconfig. And so from this directory right here, /tsconfig would point to that specific file. Maybe not. Maybe there's something more to it. Is there already a parser options? Oh, there is. Whew. Thank you. Thank you, Worsty. Good call. Okay. Let me just make sure this works, and then I'll redo it and explain it. Project. Are we there? And then now, our TypeScript config is not picking up this CJS file. So we might need to add this in here. Like that, maybe? What's the TypeScript config that tells it what files to look at? Isn't it include? Files? Source directory? Oh, I fixed it. I fixed it. Include is better to use than files. Okay, then, so that fixed it, but how can I get this working in include? Do I have to do, like, / like that? Let me just make sure the / is what fixed it. So if I do it without the /. So right now, it's just .eslintrc.cjs. And then if I go in here, oh, that works. Okay, I think it just didn't have time to update before. Okay, let's go back to here, and then we'll go back to this, and then I'll explain this. I've had to fix this error before. I fixed it in I think it was my my Express TypeScript starter, and that was the issue. Basically, eslint is like, hey, this config file is not being referenced by your TypeScript config because you pointed at it. So like, but actually, I think the way that I fixed it first is I made this a JSON file instead of a CJS file. And then it didn't care because it was JSON. It didn't have like JavaScript stuffs. Okay. Where were we? We were right at the point where we just added Airbnb TypeScript. See the generated config with tsc show config. Does that show me? Let's see. Show. I see. So based on the blob that I provided, this will tell me which files are being looked at. Yeah. Yeah, and then this gets generated based on that. Cool. Thank you for that, NFG Codex. Okay. Let's talk about it. So you can see now that I added Airbnb TypeScript, we're getting this ugly error right here. But essentially what we need to do is down here in our parser options, we need to tell eslint how to or where to find our TypeScript config. And if you look in the docs over here, they tell us that we need to do this. So we need to add this project section to our parser options. Make sure that you're not adding a new key. Make sure you go down to where the parser options are and you put this there. Now, when you save this, this should work. Let's actually reload the window. So if you do Command-Shift-P, reload window, that's going to reload our TypeScript server and our eslint server just to make sure everything is fresh and like nothing's stale. So we didn't see that error pop up, which is great, but now we have another error we need to fix. If we highlight over this, this is telling us that we have the parser option set, but it does not match this specific file. So basically right now, we told it, hey, that's how we configure TypeScript. But what it's saying is, hey, your config file isn't being looked at by TypeScript. So we need to go to our TypeScript config and tell it to that we should be looking at this specific file here. So if we go to our tsconfig.json, there's this section called include. And we can add as many things as we want in here. I'm essentially just going to add a new element that is the name of my eslint file, eslint.rc.cjs. So now specifically TypeScript is pointed at that file. And then now eslint is pointed back at TypeScript. So now these two can work well together. And again, I'm going to have to reload the window, but that should pick up that setting. So if we give it a second, and also you can see this down here. So if you see these spinning things, that's the JavaScript language service and everything else. If all of that settles and you don't see any errors, then you know that we've fixed them all. So at this point, we've connected together our eslint config and our TypeScript config, and we are now using the Airbnb rules. Fantastic. Okay, next up, we need to set up prettier, but I think I will demonstrate. Yeah, we're getting some linter errors. Cool, and that's why you would want to disable the React in JSX scope rule, because in modern React, you don't need to have React in scope. Cool, and if we look back over here, rules. Okay, let's just get right into setting up prettier. And actually, before we set up prettier, I am going to show basically what we get now with eslint. So let me do that. So at this point, we can see what we get. So specifically, I have the extension eslint installed. So if you search the VS Code extension store for eslint, you want to make sure that you have it installed and enabled. But now, because we have those two config files, if we look at, for instance, our main.tsx, we get some red squiggly lines. And if we hover over these, this says missing semicolon. So I like to have semicolons in my JavaScript code. And specifically, we extended from the Airbnb rules. And there's a rule in here that says semicolons are required. So I like that rule. I'm gonna use it. But you could technically turn that rule off or say you don't want semicolons. But you can see there's lots of errors, and I could manually go in and do like this and then like this. But when there are errors that eslint can automatically fix, we can run a command for that. You can see this is complaining about a missing comma, but if you do Command-Shift-P and then search for eslint and choose fix all auto-fixable problems, anything that's auto-fixable in this one file will get fixed. So you can see now instantly it added the semicolons where it needed and it added the comma. Good to go. We only have one other file we need to worry about, which is this app.tsx. I'm going to run fix all auto-fixable problems, but then we run into an issue that we need to fix as well. So if you hover over the div here, this is saying React must be in scope when using JSX. Now, this used to be the case for older React, but with the latest version of React, you actually don't need to import React. It used to be that you had to do something like this, import React from React, and then you didn't even use it. But the latest version of React has been updated, so you don't need to do that, but we need to tell eslint that we don't need to do that. And enable project diagnostics? Can you link me some docs on what that does? Because maybe I will. I don't know. So we're actually going to disable this rule. And I'm going to show you a few different ways to disable the rule. But essentially, if you come across a linter rule that you don't agree with or you want to disable, these are the ways to go about it. So inside of VS Code, if you do command period, you will get a few options. First, you have disable this rule for this line. And if I do that, it's going to add a little comment right there. And now I don't have to worry about that linter rule. But everywhere that happens in my code base, I would need to add that comment. You could also do disable for the entire file. And that will put it at the top of the file. And now any other code that's not adhering to that rule won't complain. But what I want to do is I want to disable it for my entire project. And so what I need to do is I need to grab the rule name. In this case, this is the rule name, React in JSX scope. So I'm going to grab that rule name. What did I just do? Oh, God. let me redo that. I swallowed, inhaled too quickly. Okay. So I want to disable this rule for the entire project. So what I can do is take the rule name. So usually what I'll do is if I know there's something that I want to go disable for the whole project, first I'll just do it like inline, but that will give me the rule name so that I can copy it to put into my config. So I'm going to grab this rule name and then remove this comment. And then now if I go over to my eslint RC, there's a section called rules, and we can now take rules and disable them. So I'm just going to put 0 right there, and that'll turn that rule off. So now anywhere else in my code base where that was happening, it won't throw an error anymore. And I accidentally just closed VS Code. Don't I have like a something that warns me before closing VS Code? Okay, good to go. Now. Yeah, turn the linter off, no issue. It's still experimental, so not really any documentation, but it enables TypeScript checking on all files, not just the open ones. What benefit would that give me? Oh, you don't have to explain yourself. I think I don't know. Maybe you tell me. Does it make sense to enable it for this video? Like, will beginners get some use out of it? All right, prettier is up next. you added yourself. You see all the errors at once. Oh, is it like a console that says like this is what's wrong in all of the files? That actually is helpful if you're working on a larger code base. Because then you know if things are wrong in other places. That makes sense. I'm not going to enable it right now, but I think once we start working in the app, it would make sense. To show that. Okay. Let's talk about prettier. So at this point, we have eslint installed and configured. It's helping us stay consistent with our code. The next thing we're going to set up is prettier. And prettier has opinions on code formatting. So there's a specific rule inside of the eslint airbnb config that says lines shouldn't be longer than a certain length, something like 100 characters or so. So if a line is ever longer than 100 characters or so, eslint is going to show you an error. And for now, let's just do something that'll make that happen. How would I do that? Someone give me a noun. First noun in the chat. I think noun is the right word. Give me the name of the thing. We're going to create an array of things. Car. Great. All right, now people give me examples of cars. Make. Model. Oh yeah, I think you're right, Tensi. If I had like a class name attribute and stuff like that, that'll get it pretty. Okay, so give me make and model because I'm not good at this. So make would be Toyota with a capital T. Model horse. And then Volkswagen Jetta. And then Mercedes Benz G-Class. Fiat Panda. Pixel 6? That's a phone. A camel? Capital S for Mercedes? Like that? You have a Benz G-Class? Nice. Actually, I don't even know what that looks like, but it sounds nice. What do you mean capital S Mercedes? Okay, regardless. For those of you that are new to ESLint, check this out. So right now it's like, hey, you need a comma there, you need a comma there, you need a space there. Boom, done. No capital S? Okay. So we have our cars, and let's say we want to iterate over those cars. We're going to get each individual car, and let's say we have a nice little div, and then that has the has a span with car.make, and then there's another span here with car.model, and then we'll add some classes in. Make model, and then we're missing a key, so we'll say car.name make. Did I do that wrong? Car.make, car.model. Okay, and then what's it complaining about? Span must be placed on a new line. And what's that complaining about? Missing parentheses around multi-lines. And then what's that complaining about? Should be on separate lines. I want to get the line too long error first. No, so we're in React and in specifically JSX. In JSX, if you want a value to be put onto a prop, you just use curly braces. When you're in a template literal, which is the backtick things, that's when you need the $sign curly braces. How long is this line? Wait, since when did I not have column indicators? How do I know what column I'm on? Remove the parentheses around the whole JSX. Let's just see what eslint gives us when we do that. Okay. I feel like Prettier used to be the one to do this. I think it comes into play whenever you have a lot of attributes on a single thing. I don't think eslint can format that, whereas Prettier does. So honestly, I think the example is we have like, say we have a form. And this form has an input, and the ID is, someone give me a really long noun. What is a type of thing that has that is described in 7 characters or more? Yeah, well, lorem ipsum won't work because I guess technically it would. Oh! And I think Prettier would format that. Cat is only 3 characters. Library. Krafterzaug. Krafterzaug. Hauptpflicht. Verzeichnung. Transcendentalism. I'm going to go with dinosaur because that's longer. Okay. So let's say the name is dinosaur name. And then the name is dinosaur name, and the class is dinosaur wrapper. Oh, dinosaur input, and the aria described by is dinosaur name info. Is it really not complaining yet? Okay. And value is dinosaur name. And then this comes from state. Grundstück wer Kerschgen Hemgungstück. I shouldn't be reading things if I don't know what they mean. It's true, NFG Codex. Like, because if I think with Prettier, regardless of how many attributes you have, I think you can set it up so that it always puts them on a new line. All right, I think we're over the cars example. How on earth is this not long enough to trigger that rule? But if I format it with, like, because I have Prettier installed as a plugin, you don't even need to config it. But if I do that, look at that. But I specifically want Prettier and eslint to be working together. Honestly, it doesn't even have to be long line names. Just be that. Yeah, okay. So this is basically the example I needed because to justify using Prettier with eslint. So here we go. Oh yeah, I saw that. Oh wait, I thought you were talking about the GitHub issue. Yeah. In the fresh spots, you added it on the issue. So right now. So fresh spots is the thing we work on every Friday with Dino. And we have an issue open where you can submit AI-generated images that are about dinosaurs and maps. And so Oscar added these. This one was pretty cool. This looks like just like a toy dinosaur pointing at a map. I like that one. And then something weird was going on over here with this one. know, Ed. Yeah, like I think that's one of the trickiest parts of testing is like figuring out the right things to test. And also making sure that you're testing your code and you're not testing like framework code. Yeah. Grovel case? I've never heard of Grovel case. I'm not using editor config. What is that? VS Code? I think I've heard of that. So each person working on the code base could have their own settings, but it all gets committed the same, something like that. Quick stretch. Yeah, and I so Terawatt, that's good for, I think, for most things, and especially if you're already like a disciplined coder and that you care about your code style and you're making sure that it is running the formatter on save. The issue comes when you have two different developers that have two different format on save settings, and then that's when you run into issues. Not necessarily issues, you run into inconsistencies because one developer worked on this file with their formatting config, and then you worked on that file with your formatting config. If we have one general config, then we don't even have to care about it in a code review. We just make sure all the code that goes through is satisfying that config. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I agree with that. Prettier is more opinionated about a thing. Oh, I saw that too, Pablo. We'll take a look at that on Friday. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, pre-commit hooks and such like that. If anybody touches that Prettier RC, yeah. Okay. All right, back to it. So now that we have eslint installed, we're going to set up Prettier. And Prettier is more opinionated about our code formatting. Eslint is worried about like code consistency. Prettier is more so worried about formatting, and we can use the two in conjunction. One example I'll show you of is like right now we have this really long input with a bunch of props on it. So ID, name, class name, aria described by, all this stuff. And this is like code you would see in a React code base. And this is fine. You can see that eslint doesn't care about this line. It's not even too long. It doesn't even care. But if we run this through Prettier, it is more opinionated about, oh, well, each of those attributes should be on its own separate line. And it'll do all of that formatting for us. So we're going to set this up. First thing we need is Prettier as a dependency. So in our console, we'll do npmi-D Prettier. And then the next thing we need is a plugin that is going to let Prettier work in conjunction with eslint. You can see the theme here. We had TypeScript, then we wanted TypeScript to work with eslint. Now we have Prettier, and we want Prettier to work with eslint as well. So there is this package called eslint config Prettier. And what this does is it disables some of the eslint rules so that Prettier can handle the rest. So we're going to add this as a dev dependency as well. We'll install both of those. And now that we're installed, we can add Prettier to our extends list in our eslint config. So we go to our eslint config here. We're going to add this as the last one in the chain. And this is important because it's going to disable some of the rules that some of the previous things we're extending have enabled. So once we add that there, now if I do fix all auto-fixable problems, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. I guess I wanted run Prettier and then so I separately have to run well, I have to create a Prettier config, I guess, but okay. We installed those two dependencies. Let's set up a Prettier config. I guess technically I think we do want the one that does prettier than eslint fix all auto-fixable problems. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is going to be about setup and tools. A new framework just dropped? Who's talking about it? Where did you hear about it, Pablo? It's an HTML framework. Wow. And then they have a wait list? Would you use this in conjunction with Astro, or would you use this instead of Astro? Welcome. Enhance is a web standards-based HTML framework. It's designed to provide a dependable foundation for building lightweight, flexible, and future-proof web applications. I mean, maybe it's fine, but also I don't think I need that in my life right now. Not for what we're doing right now. Okay. Can someone show me an example of a prettier config file? Why is there no? Here we go. Configuration file. This is what I wanted. Cool. So after installing dependencies, the first thing we should do is set up a prettier config file. There's actually several ways you can do it. You can put it directly in your package JSON. You can have a few files of varying names. I am going to create one called prettierrc.cjs, similar to how we have our eslint.rc.cjs. So I'll create a new file, give it that name, and then inside of here we can specify our options. So in my case, I prefer a 2-space tab, and I do prefer semicolons, and then I like my my quotes to be single quote as well. So I'll save those. And then now, let me see really quick. Will it add? Yeah, it does add them. Okay, cool. So I was just making sure that I wanted ES5. Semi-true. So now that we have that config, if I go into this file and I run prettier, it will format it accordingly. So if I do eslint fix all auto-fixable problems, that doesn't format it. If I then run format document with prettier, prettier is another extension that you can install in VS Code. So if I run that, now we get this. So this is a nice addition. So on top of making sure that I stay consistent with my semicolons. Wait, why is that no longer a thing? Why is that no longer needed? Have I broken eslint? Oh man, this is not what we wanted. This is not at all what we wanted. I think I might actually want that other plugin that that other plugin that runs prettier like through eslint. We've lost all of our eslint stuff. Yeah, and then when I do enable, it gets rid of it. Ew. Okay. The issue is the fact that it is right here. If we remove that, and now we go over here, it complains. All right, back to the drawing board. I need to figure out a better dependency than the eslint config prettier. Where is it here? Okay, so now we're out of tutorial mode because I need to find the thing that does what I expect. Where basically eslint and prettier are working together to format my code. Cool. The reason you would use prettier is because you want all of the developers on your team to format the code in the right way. All of the developers on your team might not be using VS Code. They might have different settings for their formatter. So we're basically creating all of this configuration so every other developer on our team runs these tools the exact same way. That's the main rule. Didn't I have, I thought I did have semi-true. Like that. The thing is, I could do semi-false. And now, if I do format with prettier, it removes the semicolons. But then eslint complains. And it says, oh, hey, you need semicolons. Cool. All right, let me just try to get this working. I think maybe I do want the plugin. I think maybe I do want eslint plugin prettier. Let's try it. Yeah, I agree, live coding. Like, that's the other thing about like why you would do this with on a team is all of the arguments you have about formatting and everything else, all of that is solved in the config. The person, the tech lead, whoever set up this project, made all of those decisions up front, and so now we don't even have to talk about those in a code review because it's handled here first. So we'll add prettier as a plugin, and then say there should be an error if prettier is a thing. This is what I was expecting. So check this out. Now we get a linter rule. So yeah, it's interesting that prettier does not like this. Like, their documentation says don't do this. I like this. This is telling me, hey, error here. But now if I run eslint fix all auto-fixable problems, that actually runs through the prettier rules, which does this. So now I only have to run one thing. I run eslint, and it takes into account all of my prettier rules. And for instance, if I do like semi-false, and we run this, maybe not. I guess those have to be consistent. And Pearman, what's up? Thank you very much for the resub. This plugin works best if you disable all other eslint rules related to code formatting and only enable rules that detect potential bugs. You can use eslint config prettier to disable all formatting rules. This plugin ships with plugin prettier recommended. So install eslint config prettier. Do I not have that? And then do extends plugin prettier recommended. Okay. Yeah, let me try adding this and see if this does what I was expecting. So right now, if I get rid of my semicolons and my prettier RC says semicolons false, this is still a linter error because it's not actually pulling from my linter file yet, and I'm sorry, it's not pulling from my prettier RC, and I want it to do that. So that is where I think I want eslint, deb dependency, eslint config prettier. And then now we'll do what they're saying here. So we extend plugin prettier recommended, and that will be the last thing that we extend, just like prettier was the last one before. So it disables all of those conflicting rules. And then now after doing that, I don't have to turn the error on here. Think. Oh, of course not American 2050. So here's the thing. Everything I've done so far could be a 10, 15-minute video. It doesn't have to be this long. That's why I'm going through the trouble of figuring all of this out so that I can boil it down to like a few commands you need to run and you're good to go. Or you just clone this repo down. But yeah, I would not expect a beginner to be able to figure this out, which is why I'm figuring it out so a beginner doesn't have to figure it out. This did not help. Plugin ships with a plugin prettier recommended config. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, you figure this out once, and this is what I've done in the past. Like, I've figured it out once, and then used that as the base for all of my React apps from here on out. So we added that there. And then add that as the last extension, which is what we did. You can then, okay, so maybe it doesn't like that I have this prettier RC.js. Maybe it's only looking for a prettier RC, which means it would have to be JSON, like this. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, because now, hey, don't have the semicolon because my prettier RC. Actually, let me just make sure that that didn't just require a reload. Yeah. Oh, I want semicolons. I'm just seeing if it works or not. And right now I have semi-false, and it's not picking that up. Oh, no, it is. Okay. So now if I do eslint fix all auto-fixable problems, we have a 4-space tab, and it removed the semicolons. Cool, 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 cool. I just needed to reload the window. Cool. This is great. Okay. I need to do that all over again. So I'm going to delete this file. We get rid of this in here. I think that's the only thing we need to get rid of there. And then in our package.json, we have 3 different things we need for prettier. eslint config prettier. Prettier, and eslint plugin prettier. Cool. Those are the 3 things we need. And then we'll add that in here. eslint should be back, complaining about that. Great. And we'll go back to where we were here, which we will fix by using prettier. Okay. Eslint config prettier. I don't think I need this anymore. Oh, there's prettier TypeScript eslint. What the heck is this? What the heck is this? Steven Seagal? Do I look like Steven Seagal? How am I reflecting Steven Seagal vibes? A redo counter? All right. Let's start over. Cool. So at this point, we have eslint configured, which handles all of the code style and things like missing semicolons or using single quotes versus double quotes, those kinds of things. Now we're going to install prettier, which handles our code formatting. So an example I have of that is, let's say you have some JSX element, and it has a bunch of props or attributes on it. Right now, this isn't breaking any eslint rule because the line isn't long enough. I think there is a rule, like if a line, yeah, so at this point, if I pasted it twice, now the line is too long. But there's a rule for really long lines, but there's not a rule about how to format, for instance, like HTML elements in their properties or JSX elements in their properties. If we install and configure prettier to work with eslint, we can get those rules, which also format our code, which is a good thing. So let's get going for that. The first thing we'll need is prettier. We're going to install that as a dev dependency. We're also going to use eslint config prettier, which essentially disables rules we've enabled which would conflict with prettier, and then eslint plugin prettier, which will make it so that all of the prettier rules are working in conjunction with all of my eslint rules. So I need all three of these dependencies as dev dependencies. So I'll run this install. Good to go. And then now we need a configuration file. So if you look on the prettier docs, there's this configuration file docs, and I'm going to use a CJS version. You can see there's a lot of different ways to configure it. I'm specifically going to do it this way, very similar to how we have our eslint rc.cjs. So new file .prettier rc.cjs, and inside of that, I'm going to add the basic prettier settings. And in my case, I prefer a two-space tab, and I prefer semicolons. They should be required. And I also prefer single quotes instead of double quotes. And those settings are very similar from the Airbnb config as well. So we have those settings. Good to go. Now we need to extend our configuration and add the prettier plugin. So in the prettier docs, there's a section on integrating with linters. We specifically are going to use this, and we did install this eslint plugin prettier. So if you go to their docs, they tell you how to do it. Essentially, we need to add prettier in the plugin section. So if we now go to our eslint RC, scroll down to plugins, we put prettier right there. Apparently, I did this earlier without getting rid of it. But in the end of this array, actually, let me just redo that. I think it was on a new line. So we need to add it to the plugins section. So if we go to our eslint RC file, scroll down to the plugin section, we're going to add prettier right here. And then in the docs, they mention you could add the prettier rule, but we also installed this eslint config prettier. And what we can do is we'll add this to our extends section, and that is automatically going to enable the prettier rules. So I'll copy this, and then in the extends section, you want to make sure that this is the very last one. So essentially, prettier has some rules that might conflict with all of these other configs that we're extending. And so by adding that as the last one, we make sure that all of these other things work in conjunction with our prettier rules. So at that point, I saved it. And you can see it's complaining. So this is saying replace 4 tabs with 8 tabs. I think, so if I do eslint fix all auto-fixable problems, right now I believe it has the wrong config, and I just need to reload the window. So right now this file is telling it that I have a tab width of 2. Prettier doesn't know that. So I'm going to do reload window, and hopefully it'll pick up those settings and realize that it told me to do the wrong thing. Let's see. Yeah, so now it's like, oh, you want a 2-space tab. Because it's like delete 2 tabs. So now if I run eslint fix all auto-fixable problems, it makes it a 2-space tab. So just be sure after adding all of these configs and setting everything up, you do a reload window, or at least just close VS Code and reopen it to make sure that it's picking up all of your settings. So that file is good to go. But now watch what happens in here. So in here, we're now getting an error that it's like, hey, you need to replace this with tabs and such. So if I do eslint fix all auto-fixable problems, it now pulls those prettier rules in, and it's able to format my code, along with doing things like adding missing semicolons. So if we go back to that, like let's say I was missing some semicolons. Let's say I had that on that line and that on that line for some reason. If I run eslint fix all auto-fixable problems, boom, all of that stuff is added according to my config. So we're good to go there. I've done it. I've done it. We have React, eslint, TypeScript, and prettier. Though I have not even tried to do any TypeScript related things. Let's see if we're gonna get some errors if we're doing like TypeScripty type things with prettier. And cut. Greg. Cool. And then let's say like this takes in some props like is cool. It's complaining about prop validation. I can add an interface called like app props. Say is cool is a boolean. And then this should let me do react.functional component that is of type app props, and these are of type app props, like that. But no, it's not. We would have to say that this returns that. And then everything's broken. Element is not assignable to, I guess, no, it doesn't return. Well, in this case, we don't have to use functional component generics. In this case, we just have to do this, and it's fine. But I wanted to make sure that I could do it the other way, too. I just forgot how to do that. I think it's if you do like this. Const app is of type, and then like this. Right? Function component is not a function declaration. Am I just remembering this wrong? How does this work? Is it just .fc? Yeah, there is. I think that's just a shorthand, right? Okay, so that's fine. And then is it genericable? yeah, because I can tell it what my props are. And then here, I can tell it that my props are of this type. But we're now dealing with the React function component definition rule. So let me just disable that rule. And then this seems to work just fine. And if we run eslint fix all auto fixable problems, it can still do its thing. Do I think it would make sense? I don't know. So yeah, this works. This is fine. I was just, and I'm not. This isn't going to be in the video. I just wanted to make sure we weren't going to run into any weird TypeScript prettier compatibility issues. I know Terawatt. This is not. I would not write code like this in the real world. And that's why it's totally fine to do this, because now you have a function that takes in this thing that is of this type, and it's just a function. It has nothing to do with like functional component. It's literally, I don't know. If I'm writing code for a business and trying to get paid for it, then I would write it this way, because I mean, you don't want to repeat yourself. This is easy. And then also you can see that my linter was saying, hey, don't use const component name, prefer function definitions. It's true, you do pay me monthly, Terawatt. So I'm at the whims of you, my employer. Okay. We're good to go. What's up, Celeste? Welcome in. And Joel, nice to have you. Let's get back to our to-do list. Let's see where we're at. I think next up is testing. We did it though. How many people have you seen set up eslint, airbnb config, prettier, and TypeScript all together? I did it. It only took me 3 hours, but I did it. What's the benefits of a functional versus it's just a style preference. And in this case, my linter is saying we prefer this specific style. The other way to write it is like this. At the end of the day, the app that we get is exactly the same. There are some implications, like arrow functions have lexical this, function keyword functions technically get their own this keyword, but when you're working with functional components, you don't even have to you don't use the this keyword anywhere anyways. So that's just a moot point. It's just a style preference. And apparently the Airbnb style guide prefers this over the other one. Yeah. I did it. It only took me 2 days. Okay. That's nice too. So eslint with prettier is going to get rid of those extra semicolons, because this is the interesting thing about using semicolons and teaching a beginner to use semicolons, is they just put semicolons everywhere, whereas you technically don't need a semicolon on a function definition. But if you have a function declaration, and I think I'm using those two right, like this, then you do need a semicolon, or no, sorry, this is a function expression. But I also think of it as a function declaration because you're declaring a variable, whereas this is a definition, not a declaration. I don't know. But regardless, in this scenario, you do need, and it doesn't even have to be an arrow function. It could be a regular function like this, function. You do need the semicolon, and that. You do need the semicolon here because this is an expression. You don't need the semicolon here because it's a definition. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you have the troll emote, Terawatt, but you could do that. You're more than welcome to do that. All right, let's set up some testing. It took us a while, but we did figure it out. And I'm telling you, I can edit that down to like 15 minutes at most. So we're on our way. Next up, let's set up testing. So specifically, we're going to use this unit test framework called vitest. It's from the same creators of vite, which is what we used to scaffold out our basic project, and also what we're using to actually run our app. So when we run npm run dev, vite is kicking in. So when we run npm run dev, vite kicks in, spins up a dev server, and then we can actually visit our React app there. And right now we have that little dinosaur input, which is fine. But we're going to set up testing with vitest. So if we go through the getting started, they show us how to install this. First, we're going to need vitest as a dev dependency. So let's do that. So npm install -D vitest. I think we'll use this as an example. Yeah, this is awesome because it uses the mock server, which we're going to need as well. And we need the config reference. Create vitest.config, which will have the higher priority and will override the configuration from vite.config. And if we look over here, this one only has a vite config. Okay, I think we're gonna follow that example. That's what we'll do. So now that we've installed vitest, we can configure it. We can see here that on their main page, they're mentioning that we would create a vitest config that would be separate from our vite config. But I did take a look at their examples. So they have a lot of examples set up with various test frameworks. And in this one, they just use a singular vite config. So I'm going to set it up in a similar way. I'm essentially just going to copy this config, and this config will replace my existing vite config. So if I go in here, you can see that they're importing similar things, plugin React. We have our plugins with React, the main things that we're adding. And actually, instead of copying the whole thing, I'll just copy the pieces that we need. So specifically, we need this piece here. And then we also need this test section. And you can see it says environment.js DOM. vitest is already set up to use that if we specify it. So now that I've specified that, we're going to be using JS DOM. You can see that I am getting an issue here where it's like we don't know how to parse this file. And this is the same issue we had earlier with our eslint rc config. So if I go to my tsconfig.json, I need to add my vite.config.ts right here. Did I say JSON? I meant eslint rc CJS. But I need to add my vite config there so that TypeScript knows that it should be looking at that file. And then if I open my vite config back up, if I reload the window, it should stop complaining about that. I don't know, America 2050. It just says that we didn't need these lines. Cool. So now eslint is working, TypeScript is working. I'm getting some linter errors. First, let's run eslint on this file. That adds semicolons and missing commas. And then the next issue here is eslint is complaining about vite being a dev dependency. Vite should be a dev dependency. I don't want to move it, so I'm actually just going to ignore this error for this one file. So if I do that, no extraneous dependencies, I'm only ignoring that in this file. If I have extraneous dependencies in my actual React code, that is something that I want to fix. But here, I don't need to worry about that. So we should be at a point where we can actually run and set up our tests. Though, I don't think I want to create that file. I think at this point, we can start setting up testing library, because that's what we're going to use as the expectations. If we look at React, saw this earlier. I think they had an example with vitest, where they were just using it with jest. And then I found this guy's tutorial that added jestom and set this up. Okay. Now we're gonna get to testing library. We'll create this file first. So the next thing I want to do is create this file that's going to run where we can do all of our test setup. I'm going to rename it to test setup so that it's more specific to what it's doing. And then I need to actually create this file. So in my source directory, I'll create a file called testsetup.ts. And inside of here, I can do all of my test setup things. So that should be it for now. Now we're going to install testing library and React testing library, so that way we have, what do I want to say? And actually, should I call this setup test? What's the convention here? Test setup? Setup tests. It'll only need to be TSX if I add some JSX in there. And I don't know if I'm going to do that yet. What should I name this file? We've got setup test, test setup, le setup, or just literally setup. I do want the word, I think I want the word test in there though, because otherwise it's like, what are you setting up? Or should it be setup tests? That's what I'm going with setup tests, and I'm sticking with it. Oh yeah, but this is not testing a specific component. This is setting up all of the libraries and associated things before we get into our actual tests. I don't like a specific test directory. I like my tests to be next to the component that they're testing. Yeah. So I'm going to call it setup tests. What did I copy in here? Setup. So at this point, we have vitest configured inside of our vite config, and now I need to create a file that will run at the beginning of every test run. And you can see right now it's referencing source/setup. I'm going to create my own file and call this setup tests. And in the source directory, I'll specifically create that file called setup tests.ts. And in here is where I can do all of my specific setup that will run before any of my test runs. Okay. All right, next up, I need to set up testing library. So vitest is our test runner. It's the thing that will find all of the test files in the directory and then run those specific tests. So when you look at the test later, we're going to see describe, it, expect. All of those are coming from vite. But we specifically need some utilities that are going to allow us to specifically test React components. And testing library is really great for that. So if we go into their docs, click on frameworks and go to React testing library, this will show us how we can get it set up. So we specifically want @testing library/React. So I'm going to install that as a dev dependency. And then the other thing we need is the other thing we need are JS DOM expectations. So JS DOM is essentially how we're going to, let's take a quick stretch. Yeah. The other dependency we will need is specifically JS DOM expectations. So we saw in the config, our environment is JS DOM. JS DOM is a library that essentially allows you to do DOM-like things without a web browser. And that's what we're doing in these tests. They're specifically testing React components in isolation, so they need some sort of DOM environment. But the expectations built into Vite do not have all of the nice things that come along with the testing library expectations. So there specifically is a package called testing library just DOM, and it gives you these expectations. So now when we do expect, we'll get access to things like to be disabled, to contain element, to contain HTML, to have class, these kinds of things. These are more like DOM-specific expectations. And so by installing this library, we'll get access to those in our expectations as well. So I need to install testing library React and then testing library just DOM, both as developer dependencies. Cool. So now that we have these dependencies, we need to set it all up. And there's this really good blog post from Marcus Oberliner, who talks about setting up just DOM with vitest, which is what we're trying to do right now. So we just installed it as a dev dependency, but now inside of our test setup, we can add all of these extra matchers. So over here in setup tests, I can run this code. Let's run our linter really quick. But we're specifically pulling in expect from vitest, and then we are extending it with all of those JS DOM matchers that I just showed you. This is probably the error we had earlier, so no extraneous dependencies. I'm going to add this for the entire file because these are dev dependencies, and specifically when I'm inside of my test files, those are allowed to have extraneous dependencies because it's not the code that's going to be running when the app is deployed. Audio fixed? Okay, good. I'm going to put this in the README. And then we'll set up our first test. Actually, let me just figure this out before we try to record myself doing it. So let's say I want a new test file. I'm going to call it app.test.tsx. And then inside of here, we need to do all this stuff. We're not going to use fetch. Oh, I guess eventually I do want user events. I didn't even look at that. Simulate user events. So this just adds like click and stuff like that. So that's nice. Do I get it for free? I guess not. we'll get rid of that. And then we'll import app from app. We're going to render it right there. And then we want something like this. Screen dot get by role? Is role like a tag? Yeah, it's like a tag. And I guess I specifically want probably like an H1 on the page. And we want it to have the text, hello world. This is our assertion act. App loads, and I guess we can specifically import describe and it from vitest. So describe app. It does this stuff. Renders the app and displays hello world. It. All right. Let's see if we can get it working. Look at all these dependencies. So here's the thing. We install these dependencies one by one. How many of you out there have looked at a package JSON with this many dependencies before and knew what every single one of those dependencies does? I like the fact that we basically explain what all of these are doing. Yeah, okay. We also want a test, and I think we can just do vitest. Let's see. Cannot find dependency JSDOM. You want to install JSDOM? Yes, I do. So we'll go back and make sure that we install that. Nice. Unable to find an accessible element with the role H1. That's great. So we have a failing test because if you remember, we changed our code to be this whole thing. But now if we just go back to literally an H1 that says hello world. Now I guess, do I have to give it a role? I'm not understanding the screen.getByRole. And screen is coming from testing library React. I need to look at the docs on that. Screen? Where is screen coming from? All of the queries exported by DOM testing library except a container. Get by text would probably be what I want. I just want to find a reference for screen. Yeah, get by label text. If I just did get by, I'm sure there's a way to do get by element name too. Get by text. So when I call render, That actually gives me back the container. That makes sense. They're like, hey, you could do this, but don't, because there's a better way to select elements. Get by role heading level 1. Interesting. Yeah, and I should have known better. Like, I didn't get any type completion there. Heading. Level 1. Cool. And then now we have this to have text content, which we got by extending our matchers here. I think if I don't do this, yeah, I don't even get an error, but that's okay. That's our winner. Passing test. Cool. Yeah, so I think here's the thing. Here's the thing about like why I think this would be preferred versus saying like select the H1 or giving it like when you're working with tests in a large app, you want to select using consistent things because if you select using very specific or more general thing, actually, if you select using general selectors, it's more likely that your tests are going to break in the future when the structure changes. Whereas if I give this like a test ID, then I know that I'm specifically selecting it. And in this case, if I specifically say I want to grab the heading on the page, that's a bit more. There's less room for me to mess that up in my actual component, I think. Yeah. But I think H1 might be too specific. Yeah, and you only should have one. Well, it's either that it doesn't make sense for H1 because there only ever should be one of them on the page. But that's why you wouldn't say like get the form on the page, because what if there's more than one form? But let's see what else we have. We get get by text. But I don't like that because we want to expect it to have hello world. And if we couldn't even get it, then that's a failing thing to begin with. So I specifically want to get the so get by is singular. Get by alt text title. That I think is better. Because now over here I can say well, actually, is alt even a thing? Can I get by title? Excuse me. I like that. So get by title, and then now this has a specific title on it. We could set up test IDs. It was talking about that in here earlier. It's pretty interesting that they have, they have guiding principles even. Yeah, and like that's another thing you might see people do in testing is say like data test ID, like this. But I would now want something to strip out these test IDs whenever we build it for the real world, because in the real world, we don't need these, like in production, we don't need these attributes, but we could use these attributes in testing. Get by test ID. And then guess I want to see an example of get by test ID. Cheat sheet. Data-test. Ooh, so it literally has support for that. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. So title, and then over here, I write it like that, and then this should pass. I didn't save my test. This should pass. There we go. I like that. However, I want these to be stripped out in the build. I wonder if vitest can do that. Yeah, and I think, like, yeah, you could fall into one of two camps. Like, the thing about putting attributes like this is it makes it a whole lot easier to write the test because you can select specific things. But, like I said, when we build this app, we want to strip these out. Like, these have no benefit to our end bundle, to the end user. So there's probably a way to strip those out. Vite test ID remove. Unplugin clear test ID. Vite. Huh. That's pretty nice. This only has 2 stars, though. It looks like that's exactly what we need. Remove specified HTML attributes in prod. This is specifically on the Vite repo. I think a custom view compiler transform is the cleanest and probably the most performant way to do this. So they closed it and they were like, hey, just create a node transform. Well, I believe it would need to be a Vite plugin because, and actually, let me fix this error. I failed to load. I don't like this error. It's trying to, what the heck are KCD scripts? Oh, NFG Codex warned us about this earlier. That we might need this. Yep. Settings. So we want our workspace settings. eslint dot validate TypeScript. Maybe that's all we needed, but we might want to enable those diagnostics as well. All right, is eslint working? Yeah, eslint seems to be working. Good. I like how you put that, Killer. And that really just gets into how to test good. Like, and that's the hardest part, is to figuring out the right things to test and testing in the right way. I will say though, like, if you've ever worked on a team where the testers are separate from the development team, a lot of times the testers are like, hey, we need these attributes because otherwise the code is too inconsistent and we don't have a way of specifically selecting them. And so they require you to add these test attributes. But I like what Killer is saying, and I think I will highlight that when we talk about it in a sec, which is you should be testing your app the way a user interacts with your app. And so in this scenario, it does make sense to select by heading because in a sense, we're also testing accessibility. We're testing that, hey, we do have an H1 element. So yeah. Oh, we could add eslint plugins that make us write better tests. Huh. The name wrapper is Old Cruft from Enzyme. Yeah, I agree. Cleanup happens automatically. You should use screen. Using the wrong assertion. Using the wrong query. Assuming you got this to work with that, we want to maintain a page called which query. We maintain a page which is called which query should I use. So have it accessible by label and set the type. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this forces you to write more accessible HTML as well. So I like that rule. I like it. It's good stuff. What's the goal? 50 plugins? If it helps with our developer experience, yeah. I'm not familiar. Like, you mean like GraphQL mutation testing? What do you mean by that? Yeah. Yeah, they're saying it's not the preferred. It's not wrong, but it's not the preferred way to do it. You should be also essentially. I mean, basically, their opinion is your tests should technically, like, why not test the accessibility of your components in your app as well? It's like you get it for free, right? If you write your test this way, now you're making sure that your elements are accessible. All right, and I see what this is getting at now, where it essentially is telling me, hey, you should always, if you're reaching for an accessor, you should use get right by role by default. Like if you can't figure out how to do it, well, you should figure out how to do it with get by role if you can. But if you can't, then go down the line. I'm now understanding what that page is telling me. And then we won't use test IDs. We won't do that. Was this written by, yeah, Kinsey Dots, who also wrote the the testing library. He wrote this. Okay. User interactions. And then that's a separate library we can install later when we're testing a specific button. Cool. Yeah, so we're going to get into more particular testing later, but basically what we learned is that the guiding principles are that we should use a role if we can. And in this case, we can, because the role here is a heading, and the level is 1. And if you're not familiar with like screen readers and accessibility, like that's one of the main reasons there should only be one H1 on the page, is so that a screen reader knows what to say the title of the page is. And so we get accessibility testing for free. Like, we're testing that we have an H1 element essentially on this page. So that's pretty cool. And I guess I don't need to import that in here, I don't think. Arrange, act, assert. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna write all this from scratch. So we need describe and we need it. We need render and screen, and then yeah, we should be good to go. Okay. We talked about that. I believe we just set that up. Now we're going to delete this file and show people how to do it from scratch. Stable diffusion animation? That's so cool. So yeah, stable diffusion is the thing. I guess I don't know if it's exactly the thing behind Dolly, but this is so cool because now it's generating new images and then animating between them. I read an article this morning about someone using stable diffusion in conjunction with like Photoshop. So they would create a sketch, feed that in to the AI. The AI would give them something back. They'd put that into Photoshop, modify it slightly, feed it back into the AI, and then also they would like choose sections of the image to feed into the AI so that it would only generate those one specific things. So it's like AI assisted art and photography. Pretty slick. Oh yeah, I got that email today. Yeah, so Dolly 2 without painting, where you can say, okay, you have this image, you're like, all right, I want you to generate what, if this image were bigger, what would it look like? And that's kind of amazing as well. Biggest thing when it comes to testing is properly identifying what a unit actually is. Most people do too much in their functions, or they'll end up testing the underlying framework's results rather than their business logic. Yeah, that is my main gripe about a lot of the tests that I see. And not even a gripe, just a frustration, because like developers, like they feel like they're writing good tests and they're doing good work, when in actuality they're testing the wrong thing. Like React renders things to the page. That's what it's really good at, and it also helps us manage like component state updates. So we shouldn't be testing that React works because we know that React works. We should be testing that the specific things we're doing and the specific ways users are interacting with our app, we should be testing that those hold true, which is different than like testing that the state update worked. Well, of course it worked because it's React. I don't know. Oh, interesting. I really like my theme, but I like the. Thank you for mentioning it. I'll at least look at it. Oh, does it have? That's not inside of VS Code, is it? Does it essentially make the window floating inside of VS Code or something like that? I don't know. Yeah, no worries, Peter. And I mean, we're 3.5 hours in. The edited video, I'm telling you, is going to be less than an hour. So, wow. I will click on it, Alka, because that's cool. So this was generated using Stable Diffusion? Or how'd you get that? Yeah. React could break and you need to account for that? No, I would say like when you're testing, you assume that the tools and libraries you're using work as expected. If they don't, that's another issue. That's not why we're not testing to make sure that all of our dependencies work as intended. We're testing that the way we're using those dependencies has the expected outcome. Does that make sense? Am I saying that right? I don't know. I could just be babbling. Oh, this is Dolly too. I see. So use Photoshop to generate empty spaces, and then it filled it in. So cool. Okay, we are right about here. And then let me remove our test from here. All right, now we have all of our tests set up. Let's create our very first test. So in the source directory here, I'm going to create a file called app.test.tsx. So this is one of the things that I like to do. Other people have different opinions, but I like my tests to sit right next to the file that I'm testing. So you might see other people have a folder called tests, and then they put all of their tests in there. For me, it's nice to have the test file right next to the file that you're testing, because then you don't have to look all over the place to find it. And so I'm going to put it right there. And then the first thing we need are render and screen. So we'll pull in render and screen from testing library React. So render is going to allow us to render components, and screen is going to allow us to inspect and poke at those components to pull things out and then test against them. We're also going to need describe and it from vitest. Now you technically don't have to import these, but I like to be explicit about it. Like in other testing frameworks, describe and it are just like magic variables. I like that we're specifically importing them, and then we should get some autocomplete as well. So describe is the way that we set up a test suite. So a suite is going to contain multiple tests, one or more tests. And so here I'm going to say we will describe our app. And then you pass it a callback. And then inside of that callback, you have multiple tests. And you test with the it keyword. So I'll say it renders hello world. And then inside of it is where we will write our specific test. Now, in the world of testing, there is this acronym. You have arrange, or sorry, what's the acronym? Encode with the sun. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Shouts out. Code with the sun. Welcome in. What were you working on? React. Next. File uploads. CWA. Ah. But welcome in. Yeah. Glad to have you here. I've been streaming pretty often lately, but that just started up a couple of months ago. Right now, we're teaching about tests. So here we go. We're right in here. And I forgot the acronym for testing, which is arrange, act, assert. I guess I got the first one right. So in testing, there's this 3 parts that we typically follow, which is arrange. We arrange and get our test set up, our unit test set up. We act, that is, do the things that a user would do with the specific component. And then we expect. We check to see that after the user interacted with the page, we have the expected outcome. So all of our tests are going to take this format. We might not always have an act, which I'll show. In this case, we're not going to because it's a very simple test. But now we can do the testing. So I'm going to import app from app. So now we have that specific component. And we're going to do our arrangement. And in this case, we just need to render it. So I just pass the app component into render. And now I can use screen to interact with it. So for now, I'll do, let's expect that screen dot get by role. So I'm specifically going to be checking for an H1 element on the page. So I'm going to get by role. I specifically am looking for a heading because that's what an H1 is. And I want the level to be level 1. So that will find an H1 on the page if it is there. And then I want to expect that is to have text content. So specifically, that's going to give us a DOM element. And then we want to make sure that that text content is the string hello world. Now, I've got some linter errors right now. If I run my linter, it inserts the indentation and everything that it wanted. But this is my basic test. I'm going to render the app and then select the H1 and then make sure that that H1 has hello world inside of it. You can see in this case we didn't really do any acting, but act would come into play if you need to click a button or fill out an input or something like that. And the Timmy, thank you very much for the resub. So now we need to run our tests. Let's set it up in our package.json. So if you go to package.json, we can add a script here called test, and that specifically we'll just call vitest. So now when we run npm test, it's going to call vitest. Vitest will search everywhere for any file that has the word test inside of it, and it will run those specific tests. So at this point, let's run the test. So if I do npm test, we'll see what happens. Oh no, a failing test. So if you remember earlier, we didn't have a hello world anymore. Now we just have that input. So this test is failing for a good reason. It got the wrong output. Like there was no H1 on the page. So let's fix that. For now, I'm just going to completely delete this form, add ourselves an H1, and then put the text hello world inside of there. We can run our linter. We'll do that. Now, by default, vitest watches for changes. And then we'll rerun the test. But you can see we're a bit closer. So right now, we expected the element to have hello world, but we got back hello world. So I forgot to capitalize the W. That is a thing. Yeah, people are telling me in the chat, it's going to fail again. And nice, we have one passing test. So that's awesome. So we're set up for at least basic app tests. Later on, when we have things like HTTP requests, we're going to want to do some other setup, but this is good enough setup for now. What I want to do is take a quick moment to talk about how you should select your elements and where to find good resources on that. So if you look in the testing library documentation, they actually have a ton of opinions and a ton of guidance on how you should write your tests and like what you should use to select elements. They have this page called Priority of Selecting. And they tell you that when you're selecting elements in your tests, you should go down this list and start at the top. So you should try to find a way to select the element by role. And what that actually is giving you is accessibility testing along with component testing. So if you select by role, not only are we testing that we could find the element, we're also testing that this page has a heading element that is level 1, and that's an accessible thing. In terms of accessibility, every page should have an H1. So by using that selector, you're getting accessibility testing and component testing all in one go. And this page basically says, if you can, use get by role. If you can't figure out a role for it, then do maybe label text, placeholder text, basically go down this line starting at the top, because the ones at the top are the more preferred ones. There's also a really good article written by Kinsey Dodds, the creator of Testing Library, that lists common mistakes with React Testing Library. And they specifically have they talk about the get by role right here. So this says, if you're getting by test ID, so this is a pattern you might see in some code bases where developers put test IDs all over their elements and such. So that way when you're writing tests, you can select that one specific element. But again, that's not testing accessibility. And it's not testing how a user would interact with the page. Whereas if you test this way, you're testing how a user would technically interact with the page. Yeah. Yeah, so Tech 2, basically, in the rules of accessibility, there should be one H1 on the page. In the rules of accessibility, when you're writing forms, all of the elements in the forms should have a name property so that the screen reader can read off the name of the input. And also, it should have like aria described by and stuff like that. So that's testing accessibility because we're testing that there is an H1 on the page, which is another accessible thing. Like a screen reader is going to look for the H1 element on the page so that it can read the title of the page. Yeah, and this is on MDN is talking about the accessibility tree. So elements can have names, descriptions, roles, and state. So yeah, I am by no means an expert in accessibility. I just know there are certain things that you should do that are going to help with screen readers and people using the accessible features of your website. Yeah. Qualifying your testing strategy or type. Yeah. I guess that's another thing I didn't even talk about at this point. We didn't even talk about unit tests versus end-to-end tests. Though I did say when we introduced Vite, it is a unit test framework. We are not doing end-to-end tests here. We are specifically doing unit tests. Cool. I think that's all I wanted to say here, because this mentions just the priority of selecting things. Cool. At this point, though, I do think I want to set up... So there's a cool thing in vitest that allows you to intercept HTTP requests. Mock service worker. Oh, I guess it's not built in. It's a completely separate library. But what it allows you to do is, instead of mocking your fetch function to return the right thing, you basically build out a mock server that it returns the data that you're expecting in your test, so you can specifically test the component. Yeah. Yeah, it's true, Andy from Lithuania. Some people have like an actual accessibility testing team, and I've worked with clients at my last company where they actually employed blind QA testers to make sure that their app was accessible in that way. Yeah. Yeah, and so I talked about this a little bit ago. I've seen some apps and some teams that use test IDs. And the scenario that I saw it in, it was the testers were actually separate from the developers. And the testers were always like, hey, I need a test ID for this element because I can't figure out another way to select it. So that's one way of going about it. But specifically, testing library is telling you that's not a good practice to follow because you should be testing your components in the way that a user interacts with the page. Yeah. I didn't know that's where... I mean, I know I've heard of hero prop because I watch Tested with Adam Savage, and he talks about the hero prop all the time. Yeah. So vitest is just really fast. So NFG Codex mentioned earlier, they swapped out jest for vitest, and their tests are just so much faster. In our scenario, we only have literally one test running, so we're not going to see the benefits, but vitest is really fast because it's using esbuild. So yeah. You can have two roles, and if they are in the wrong order, accessibility is a fail. No, then you need a more specific selector. That's why I think if you follow the guiding principles, let's find it. That's not it. That's the image that Alka created. It isn't saying you should always use role. Role should be your first choice. If there are multiple elements that satisfy that role, then you go to the next level and go by label. Because label is another thing that a screen reader is going to use. And if you have two different elements, they technically should have a different label. So this isn't saying always use get by role. This is use get by role if you can, and it is specific enough. But if it's not specific enough, then you can use a selector as you go down. Oh, I'm not in Chrome. Does Firefox have accessibility tree view? Yeah. Yeah, there is an argument against test IDs, and it's coming straight from testing library. Yeah, Tested is a great show. I just watch it on YouTube. It's intermixed with Norm doing product testing and such. Like, I guess he hasn't done a video in a while. Let's take a quick stretch. I guess I am responding to chat. But yeah, this channel is great because Adam Savage, he's a maker, and he shows how he builds props and does like cosplays and stuff like that. But then every now and then, like, Norm will have videos where he's reviewing tech stuff and all that on here as well. Okay. At this point, I'm going to add these links in the README. And now, do we set up React Router? Yeah, I think we will. And then we will... we'll have to test that as well. Transform of an input? You mean writing a test for someone putting in a date and then like using that value? We're going to build an image search app, so that will have an input where the user can search for images, and then we have an API that we're going to hook into that will return images. And we're going to do some testing against that. So that's how we're going to do the demo the basic setup. At this point, though, I think I will set up React Router. Cool. And mocking requests is what we're going to do later. All right. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Here's some music for you. Hi. Cool. Now, let's set up React Router. So by default, our React app is super basic right now. It just has a single component that just says hello world. We don't really have a way of having multiple pages. So we're going to set that up with React Router. Now, there are some other options for React Router, and we're at a point in time here in 2022 where there are some other things that are gaining in popularity. But React Router was and is one of the most popular for a very long time. So we're going to set this up. But just know there are other ones. They work similarly. We're going to go with React Router. So first off, we need to install it. We're just going to do an npm install of React Router DOM. And we are using React Router DOM version 6. Cool. So we have that as a dependency. And now we can set things up. Hector. Thank you for the bits, Hector. Great. So if we go over to our app.tsx, one of the things I like to do is I actually like to export my app that has all of the things wrapped around it. So specifically, you can see whenever we set up React Router, we wrap our app with that router. So I'm actually going to create a function called wrapped app. And this, in turn, will have the, in my case, I'm going to use the hash router from React Router DOM. So it'll have that, and then it will have the app inside of it. And that is going to be the thing that I export by default instead of app. So this will be good for two things. For testing, we typically want to test our app that has all of the other stuff in it. So routing, and eventually if we set up context, that'll need to be here. Or anything else we need to wrap our app in, we would need to test against that. So it's easier to test against it if I'm just exporting that thing standalone with it wrapped. Now, we might actually create a separate version of app that is only wrapped with the things we need based on the tests that we're running. But for now, this makes sense to me. And so I specifically am bringing in hash router. Browser router is another option, but browser router uses the history API and state to manage the different pages that you're on. But the issue with that is if you deploy this React app to a static file server, you usually will have to configure it to allow 404 redirects to the index. I don't want to have to do that, so we're going to use hash router because I can deploy this to any static CDN. I don't have to do any custom configuration, and my front-end routes will still work. People complain that the hash in the URL is ugly, but it allows me to, like I said, deploy to any CDN. Don't have to worry about redirect configuration or anything like that. Okay, now that we have exported the wrapped app, we should be good to go here because now the main.tsx is still importing app, but in this case it's getting the wrapped app because that is the default export. Over here I am just going to run my linter because it was things have changed since. Wait, why not? I thought I did want trailing commas. What are you doing, prettier? Like, there's a trailing comma there. If I run eslint on this, is it going to remove them? No. Maybe it's trailing commas only in certain scenarios. And that's another good point, Stony Eagle, is if you use hash router, you can change the URL, hit enter, and then the page doesn't reload, but React still kicks in. You probably could, but again, that's configuration of htaccess. I can literally take this built React app, put it on any static file server, and it can have multiple routes, and it'll still work. Yeah. Yeah, so the hashes, you can still use back and forward, but you don't have to reconfigure your server to redirect not founds. Revive Newt! It's been so long. How you doing? Hello. Have you been streaming at all? Last time you were streaming playing Mario Kart 8. But welcome in. Glad to have you. Okay, where are we at? We've wrapped our app. Now we need to set up some routes. So let's do it. So now that we are using the hash router, we can actually set up our routes. So for that, we specifically need the routes component and the route component. So routes wraps all of the route components that I'm setting up. So I can import both of those from hash router. So now we're going to make our app a little more complicated. I'm going to wrap it in a div. And it'll still say hello world for now. So that our tests still pass. And then I need the routes component. You can see that will import from React Router DOM. We'll do like that. And then I need the route component, which also gets imported from React Router DOM. Like that. A route has a specific path. So in this case, I want a path at /. So this is where I'm going to load my home page. And then I can specify an element that should load. So at this point, I need a home component. So what I'm going to do is here in my source directory, I'm going to create a folder called pages. And this folder is going to hold all of the components that are top level. Now, there's been a lot of different ways of doing this in the React world. Sometimes this is called containers. Sometimes it's called views. I'm going to call it pages. They all sort of mean the same thing. It's essentially the top level component that loads other components. So I'm going to create a component here called tsx. We'll have a function home. This one actually will just render the h1 hello world. So we can remove that from our app component. And then I'll export this default home. So now we have a basic home page. Over here in app.tsx, I'm going to import that home component. So pull it in from pages /home. Great. Now we can get rid of this hello world. And then right here, I can say element. And I specify that to be an instance of the home component. So now, when the page loads, when the route is /, it will load the home component. If I run my tests, they should work. Because we still technically have an h1 on the page after it renders. Awesome. Test pass. But let's also add like a not found page, and then we'll write a test to make sure that is working as well. I am going to get rid of these top level divs. I do just want my routes at the top level like that. And the test should still pass because I wasn't testing the structure. I was testing the contents, and so the contents is still there. Great. So at this point, let me add let's add just a not found page. And it's going to be pretty basic, similar to hello world. But instead of saying hello world, it will say not found. We're going to call this not found. And then I'll add this as well. Great. And so now we need a route that whenever none of the other routes match, we show not found instead. And honestly, I don't know if this is the same way as it used to be. It used to do path equals star. I think if we put path, if we put no path, it will just be a catch-all. Yeah, but it's not quite a 404 because it's not a server error. It's just client-side loading that page error. Because we're not interacting with any server right now. It's all client-side. Let me just try it. Let's see what this gives us. I think I might need to do path equals star. Yeah, so that load's not found. That loads hello world. That load's not found. Cool. I wonder if they have anything like that in their docs, though. It's cool that you can do nested routes now. They didn't used to be able to do that. Also, they don't have an easy way to search their docs because I just want to see an example of a not found route. Star. There it is. Okay, so they do it as I expected. Just path equals star. All right. That's V5. We're using V6. Though I think it's very similar in V5. Yeah. Yeah, so that's how I set it up, is path star. Okay, let me do that again for the tutorial. So we'll create a route. In this case, we'll set the path as star. So if none of the other routes match, then we're going to load this specific component. And so here I'll do element equals, and then we want our not found, like this. Cool. So now if I go to a page that we didn't specify, in this case we've only specified the home page, we will see this not found page. Do they have a redirect? They used to have redirect. I think it's called navigate now. Because I want it. That's V5. You all are in the V5 docs. I'm in V6. Yeah, redirect isn't a thing anymore. You have to use navigate, but I want it to redirect to the slash route, like on page load, because it's not doing that right now. So I could do something like use location from React router DOM there, and then if location dot path name is not a thing. I guess honestly I just want to see what it is by default. Path name is slash. I guess we could do use navigate. Maybe that makes sense. The first time the component mounts navigate back to the I don't know. I guess I don't really want to do any of this because I have the not found page to handle it anyways. And then let me show this. Navigate in an element. Yeah, but I can't think of how I would choose to do that, right? Because if the path is not slash, I don't want to navigate back to slash because I want that to be handled by the not found route. Which is why I couldn't find a good use for specifically the navigate component, because that would be the scenario where we redirect them back to slash. I just wanted it to redirect to slash on page load because you can see that it's not doing the slash pound slash. I have to add that in manually, but that's okay. So now let's test it out. And so in the browser here, if I want to go to these routes, because I'm using hash router, I always need to do slash hash and then the specific thing that I'm looking for. So in this case, let's try to go to the banana route, which doesn't exist, and then our not found route gets loaded, which is great. So let's actually add a link on this page that goes back to the home page, and we can see another feature of React Router. So here in not found, let's add a link. We'll just do a little React fragment here. Get rid of that. And then right here, we'll add a link. So link gets imported from React Router DOM. And it specifically has a to prop. And we can say, let's go to the home route, like that. And then I'll run my linter because it used double quotes by default. And now the not found page. Oh, never mind. Let me fix that. So we'll have a link, and then inside of that link, I'll just say like, go home. And then we say this link wants to link to, and in this case, I'm just going to link to the slash route. And so link is provided by React Router DOM. If I run my linter, it'll remove those double quotes, but it's provided by React Router DOM. And so now when I click on this, it specifically is going to use hash routing, and it's going to take me there to home. So if I save that, now we have this link, and if I click that, you can see we get back to the hello world route. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. NFG codecs is like, that wouldn't work either now that I'm using this not found thing. I guess navigate and redirect would make more sense if we're dealing with like users being logged in or not, and then redirecting them accordingly. For this app, we're not really doing that yet. Cool. So I think we should write some tests at this point. I am going to do that first to make sure I know how to write them, and then I'll go back and teach it as well. So actually, now I didn't get into how can we combine React Router and testing library. Is there something specific we need? Because we're going to need to programmatically navigate so that we can test not found being rendered. Yeah, so this is what we get into here is whenever we create the router, we pass in the history, because then we can inspect the history in our tests, and we can see like what the current URL is. It doesn't fetch them, so if we watch the network requests, all of the code required for the app is loaded initially. And then when I go to the banana route, that's just JavaScript swapping out the component. But that component has already been loaded because it's part of my component tree. But you can see there's no network request here when I go to another page. It's just all happening with JavaScript. And really, it's if you watch the DOM here, you can see that basically the virtual DOM is kicking in. Well, the router detects that the route has changed. It updates what should be displayed. The virtual DOM diffing occurs, and then the actual page gets updated. So if you watch this section here, if I go to banana, boom, you see it just added that element. And actually, one of I mean, this is another thing about the virtual DOM, is you'll see that it knows that from one page to the other, they have the H1 in common. So the only thing that changes is what's inside of the H1. Though it did say, I think it did say the whole thing re-rendered. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we talked about SEO earlier. If you're building an app that needs SEO, don't build a static app like this. Use Next, use Astro. In the apps that I've built, if you want SEO, you have a separate website, like a WordPress website or something like that. That's like a marketing website, and then your app is hosted separately. So yeah, we're not worried about SEO in this scenario. Okay. What was I talking about? This is this. We need that history object. And then we can push a URL into the history, render it, which would... React hooks testing library. I think... And so this is... Yeah, I mean, this is from April. I think if we look at the React library, or the React router, does it mention anything about specifying a history object? Hash router. Here we go. History router. Unstable. API is currently prefixed as unstable because you may unintentionally add 2 versions of history to your app. Do we get access to that? History doesn't exist on there. Oh no, that's a React Router v5 way of doing things. Thank you, Lord Super Astro. Much appreciated. We'll go back to the testing library docs. So it's in the docs, frameworks, ecosystem. Okay, I'll just click your link. I thought I'd be able to find it. Wait, this looks different. I guess not. This is under examples. I see examples and then React Router. All right, we've got our setup here. It has an initial entries property. Yeah, and so then when we're testing, we can use memory router with initial entries. And then bad route is just literally the route. That's easy. All right, let's handle that now. This would work like this. Specifically, we also need to export app individually. So we export app by itself, and then we have the wrapped app. But in this test, we're individually bringing in the wrapped app, or the standalone app. This should test the wrapped app. And then this should render a memory router with initial entries, banana. And then we load the standalone app inside of there. And then we expect screen dot get by role heading level 1 to have text content cool. And so now whenever we render the app with a bad route, that should actually not say hello. Well, it shouldn't say hello world. It should say not found. So I'm expecting a failing test here, because it should say not found. And so now if I test that it says not found, 2 passing tests. Great. So that's cool. That's cool and all. Yeah, it's testing if they're doing its job, but it's also testing that I've set it up. Like this, it's tricky, right? It's like, should I even write this test? Because I wrote the code, but this test helps because in the future, if I add a banana route, the test is going to fail because it's going to be like, oh, well, now it's found, so that fails. And then also in the future, if I somehow mess up my routes here, it's going to catch that I don't have a not found route anymore. That's the main reason we're testing here, is like in the future when we add more routes, we want to make sure that we're not breaking the existing not found functionality. That's my justification. But is there a better way to write it or a better way to think about it? If you find yourself adding router components to your tests a lot, you may want to create a helper function that wraps the render. I've done this in the real world. I've done this a lot. So right now, we're manually calling this render from testing library. But if every single test needs to wrap it in a specific thing, we could create our own custom render function. But yeah, I'm open to suggestions. Can anyone think of a better way to test the not found route? Or a way to make the test more specific to the code I've written and not specific to just testing React Router and testing React. Yeah, I've never used Astro. I mean, Astro is super new. I mean, at least the latest released version. So I don't think you're going to find too many people that have a lot of experience with it. But I think one of the main benefits of Astro is you can use what you already know. So if you already know React, just write React components. But Astro components, I think, is their own specific way of doing it. But I think one of the benefits of Astro is you can use whatever you're used to. Vue, Svelte, React, Solid, I think. Router.getRoutes assert is defined and load specific component. Yeah, what does MPA stand for? But I mean, like, I think that's what a lot of people get confused about. Especially in the comparison between like standalone React versus Next.js versus Astro. Here it is. Multi-page app. Yeah, so at the end of the day, when you build your Astro app, it's generating static files and like static HTML files that would represent all of your routes. If you're building a multi-page app, in our case, we have a multi-page app, and it's all one big JavaScript bundle. There are not separate pages that represent each page, and it is a single page application. Like earlier when I was talking about this, so how it just uses JavaScript to swap out. Oh, my app isn't running anymore. Did I break it? It technically is requesting those files separately, but I believe that's because of ES build. Whereas whenever we whenever we build it for production, it will all be a single payload. You're right. Why did I do that? why did I make it? Browser router. I talked about it. This should be hash router. All right, that's what I want to see. But all I wanted to show is like when we're talking about single page application, look at this. If you look at the network requests, when I go home, there is no network request for the home page. It specifically is just running JavaScript that replaces these elements. So if you watch right there, when I do this, we didn't get a page refresh. It just literally changed the content of the page. That is a single page application where essentially all of the client side routing is all handled by JavaScript. There are no requests to the server for these pages, which used to be a good thing. When people started doing this, they're like, wow, that's great. We don't need a round trip to the server. But now we're back to doing the thing is like there's a time and a place for a round trip to the server. There's a time and a place for separate pages, separate page loads. We're building an app, not a website. I mean, right now it just looks like a website, but we're building an app which has functionality. So yeah. All right. No one mentioned how we should test this, so I'm gonna test it the way that I wrote it out. Need a test to make sure I'm using the right router. That's funny. I need to put the code back to the way it was so I can tell people how I wrote this test. And then now we do this. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things in computing are shifting back to... So, I mean, if you think about, like, the early days, like Bell Labs and time sharing, there used to be a mainframe, and then everybody would have to just share time on that mainframe. And then eventually we got personal computers, so now everyone has their own computer, and also, like, these are personal computers, too. But now with, like, software as a service, it goes back to the idea of, like, everyone sharing time on a server. But yeah, servers are less expensive these days, and there's more infrastructure like edge functions and things like that to get servers for really cheap and easy. Which makes it so that like there's less of even a decision of like, oh, well, do I want Node.js running my React app? Why not have Node.js running your React app? Even if it could just be a static app, why not? Because then you can put it on an edge function. I don't know. You're not understanding the point of testing or outside of end-to-end testing. Well, I mean, it's mainly because my routes are client-side, though. My routes are not based on an integration with the server. These are all, I mean, eventually they might be if I'm requesting specific data for a specific page. But I think right now, I'm not even interacting with the server, so all of my routes are completely client-side, not necessarily an integration. But you could also talk about this from the standpoint of integration testing for the web browser. Like, does my app work in a web browser and with the router? Yeah. Unit tests would simply test the component, not the routing. Okay. Yeah, not that I know of. You can't get the... I mean, you could have a hook which gives you the specific like location that got loaded. But I care more so about like if we go to a route, are we showing the not found page? I don't know. Why not have a bash script and a versatile runtime edge function around a React app? If you do ! keyboard, you'll get a link to my keyboard. Yeah. Integration means it's expanding outside your code. I'm integrating with React Router in that case. I can follow that Okay. So NFG Codex is arguing we shouldn't even write this test. Like basically, NFG Codex is arguing test that hello world is on the page, but other than that, keep on writing your app. Is that what you're arguing for? I think I'll still put it in there. I think at the end of the day, like if someone is beginner enough to even watch this and like they're learning about tests for the first time, it'll also show them like, hey, you can test these other things. But I will bring your point up about this not being a unit test. And Trash Dev says, stop saying smart things. And welcome from Brazil, Rockin' Brain. All right. Let's go. I'll show people how to get there too. If you're a newbie, you shouldn't be writing tests. Ah, come on. So now that we have this not found route and we made sure that it works, let's actually write a test to test it. So over here in my app.test, I'm going to add another test underneath this one, and I'll say it renders not found if invalid path. And now we have to do things specific that actually have to do with React Router. So if you look on the testing library website, go to examples, they have a section on React Router, specifically React Router version 6, which is what we're using here, and they show you how you can set things up. So they have some example code which sets up a router, and then in their tests, they use this thing called a memory router. So one of the things we need to be able to do in order to test this not found route is we need to be able to essentially render our app and then like navigate to a specific path. The way we can do that is with memory router, because we can give it an array of paths that to load. And if we give it a path that would load not found, that would actually feed down into the app that gets rendered, and then our not found route would get rendered. So memory router is another thing provided by React Router DOM. You can see that we get browser router and hash router, which we're using, but we also get memory router. So that's what we want to use. So right now in our render, we specifically want to use this memory router from React Router DOM. And then we want to load our app inside of here. We're going to need to fix this in a second. I'll show you that. But we can provide initial entries. And in this case, it's an array, and we're just going to do like /banana. So we know that this should load the not found route because there is no path for, or there is no route for /banana. All right, let's fix our exports. So in our test before, we were actually testing our wrapped app. So you can see right here, we imported app, but if we look at app.tsx, we have our wrapped app as the default export. So that's the one that has the hash router on it. And as we add other libraries and such, it's going to have more things wrapping that app. That's not the one that we want to wrap with memory router. We want to wrap this standalone with memory router. So I'm also going to export specifically app, and now we can import these separately. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and remove the default export. So that way, when I'm importing, I can specifically choose which one of these I want to import. Do I want to import wrapped app, or do I want to import app? Over here, we can now bring in both of those. I can bring in the wrapped app, and then I can bring in the app. Our initial test was for the wrapped app, like that. And then this test is for the non-wrapped app. This is a linter thing that's complaining about my my order of imports. You may have never seen this rule before, but I really like it. Essentially, all of the imports that are coming from your node modules go at the top of your file, and then anything you're importing that's files you wrote go below that. So I wonder if, yeah, eslint can fix that. It basically is like, oh, put that above the other one. I usually like to group them like that as well. Okay, so we've handled that there. This will actually result in a failing test, but let's see it fail, and then we'll run this. And specifically, we want, and actually, so let's test this for a failing test first. So let's just load the home page slash, and then we want to do a similar expectation that we had before. But in this case, we want to expect that we see not found. But this should fail for multiple reasons. It's going to fail because I'm loading the slash route, which actually should load hello world not found. And then also our main.tsx is broken because we changed the way that this was exporting. Although I don't know if our tests are going to pick that up. Let's see. Let's do npm test. Cool. So yeah, we expected it to not have not found, but it had hello world. That is because we need to pass in a not found route. So right here, like this route does not exist. And because we're starting up the app with that router, it should load the not found route. So if I save that, we now have 2 passing tests. Great. So that actually didn't bring up the error I was thinking of. I think if we try to run the app, we should run into an error. Let's see. Yes, ambiguous indirect export. Basically, we're exporting 2 things now, app and wrapped out. We don't have a default export. So over here in main.tsx, we need to fix that. We need to specifically import the wrapped app. And then we'll use that wrapped app right there. And then we get our hello world. Okay, now let's talk about why this is not a good test. Let me catch up on chat really quick. Yeah. What's that do, Oscar? Should I click on that? Writing a test to test the test is working, yeah. Yeah, I think that's potentially a good point, but NFG Codex was arguing that, like, if React router breaks, that's more of an integration test that should be caught in an integration test, not a unit test. Because unit test tests individual components, whereas an integration test tests a system as a whole, or it tests multiple pieces integrating together. So, yeah. Yeah, the eslint is cool. Yeah, so we have at this point we already have so many eslint plugins. Like, we literally set up all of these and talked about each one of these today. And I don't think I want to add any more. Yeah. Cool. All right, so this will be in the video. So at this point, if you saw me talking about unit tests, you might be thinking, hey, this isn't a unit test, because we're basically testing the React router library. And you might be right. I just wanted to show some tests here. In the meantime, if we were to go in and update this code and for whatever reason get rid of this, we would now have a failing test that we don't have a not found route. And so that gives a little bit of benefit to this test. Basically, this test makes sure that in the future, if we accidentally remove that catch-all or something else, we have that test which is capturing that functionality. However, what we're writing right now with what we're writing right now are unit tests. If you look at vite is a unit testing library. So we're testing individual units. We're not testing the system as a whole. And one of the people in the chat, NFG Codex, made a good argument that was, right now, we are actually testing React Router. Like, we're making sure that React Router works versus making sure that our app works. And that's more of an integration test because we're integrating with that library versus a unit test, which is testing one individual component. In this case, we probably would have unit tests for each individual component, like have a unit test for home, have a unit test for not found, instead of a test that is tracking to see and making sure which page gets loaded. In this scenario. Though I will say there are some good use cases for testing when the path changes, does the right thing load? Because if we're testing the interaction of a page and interaction of a component. It might be that when a user action is done, they get redirected to the home page. And so we might want to check against that. And so we might have a test similar to this. So that's all I have to say about that. As we write more tests in our example apps, we'll make sure that we're testing the unit only. And we might use this example later if we are testing React Router specific things. Cool. To be able to test, you have set up your routes correctly, and not test React Router would be to mock each React router. Well, I think like some people even think that mocking isn't testing anti-pattern. Like, you're supposed to write your code in a way that you don't have to mock dependencies. You write it so that the functions are small and that you pass in what they need. And that's actually how we're going to be testing HTTP requests. We're not going to mock fetch. We're going to create a request interceptor that responds with the right things, which is, I mean, in a sense, it's doing the same thing, but there are reasons why we'd want to do that over the other. Yeah, I've only ever used Cypress. I guess Nightwatch used to be a thing. Cypress replaced it though. I've used Nightwatch, Cypress, a little bit of Selenium. Yeah, and Trash Stuff is saying, like, at that point, if you're testing these routes and stuff, you really just want an end-to-end test. Oh, yeah, and I've never used Playwright. I've heard of it, though. This is the new one that's like, hey, we're going to replace Cypress. Because, like, I don't think Cypress ever supported... Maybe they eventually got support for Safari. But for a while, Cypress, like, only supported Chrome-based browsers. They might have gotten better. Yeah, look, Safari isn't on that list. Man, they might support it. all of these, I guess, except for Firefox, are Chromium-based. Whereas Playwright does work on... Safari and Opera. I wouldn't say mocking is frowned upon. I think the issue comes into play with, like, if you've written code that is dependent on too many other things rather than being more standalone. That's really, I think, the argument. Svelte uses Playwright. That's cool. VS Code apparently is using Playwright. Is Cypress the same as Puppeteer? So Puppeteer uses similar things under the hood, and Playwright, it works in a similar way. Both of these tools need to do browser automation. That is, they need to spin up a browser. They need to programmatically click on things. That is browser automation, and that's what Puppeteer gives you, is browser automation. So these are like testing frameworks built on top of browser automation. I don't know if these two projects are using Puppeteer directly, because browsers like Chrome actually provide an API and to be able to automate it, and they might be using those directly. Yeah, the dev. That's exactly what I was talking about. The DevTools protocol. So, Chrome exposes the DevTools protocol, which lets you programmatically do things with it. And so behind the scenes, Cypress and Playwright are probably using that DevTools protocol. Yeah. But yeah, like Puppeteer has its use case. Like Puppeteer isn't for testing. It's more so like you want to take a screenshot of a web page or like do generation based on the stuff. Automate form submission. This is saying you can do UI testing with it, but I would say these days people are just choosing Cypress or Playwright for that. Yeah. Sociable versus solitary test. Or yeah, like web crawling, you could do that with Puppeteer as well. Did Microsoft make Playwright? This web page was like, oh, they did. Those tricky people, like, the web page looks so good. I was like, that this is some new upstart. There's no way that's Microsoft. But it is. Look at him. Dang it. Oh, Cucumber. This is a thing. I've never used it. I've heard people talk about it though. Is this language they use called Gherkin? But yeah, Cucumber is interesting because they, I think they market themselves as allowing non-technical users to write the tests. So like they have this custom language that describes a feature and some scenarios. And then you can now turn this, which non-technical people could learn and figure out how to write, and that could actually run against your apps and actually test them. Yeah, the Gherkin syntax. Look at that. It's like a sonnet, right? You have like your preamble and like this speaker is speaking. It's like honestly, it's like a play. It's like a playwright. it's like you're writing out the script to a play. Yeah, and then so the scenarios have underlying code. So scenario breaker joins the game. A dev would actually implement that. So when a non-technical user writes out breaker joins the game, there actually is code behind the scenes that's running that. Test haikus. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think like there's a test runner of some kind. I've never used it, so I've only heard of it. I don't know what the ecosystem would look like. Yeah, so you have a Cucumber JS. Let's see. Tell me how to use it? I don't want to know how to use that. So the tests are written separately, but I think you can essentially, there are like expectations run that make sure that the tests are satisfying all of the Gherkin scripts or whatever. See you later, NFG Codex. Thank you for all your insights and opinions today. I think it's good to interject in the video with real world opinions. Okay, we set up testing. We set up our app. Let's build a basic image search. Grumpy dude. I need to find my image search API. I have one that I built a while back that just uses Reddit. Glorious tests. Let's see. Yeah, this still seems to work. That's nice. Cool. So I'm just going to build this app, right? I did not mean... I'm sorry. I did not mean to do that. I'm just going to build the app, write some tests for it, and then we'll go back and I'll teach through it. Show's over, everybody. Okay. So I have this API. You can pass in a search term like mountains or rivers or cactus, and then it actually searches specific subreddits to find image postings. For this, the Cholla Cactus Garden in Joshua Tree National Park. Wow, it's beautiful. So I'm going to use this API, and then we'll build out the thing. Though I'm gonna commit the code as it is, because this is kind of the starting point that people would expect. Like, It's super basic. We've got some simple test setup, simple routes, and you could basically take this and off on your plate. Yeah, it's a decent boilerplate to start at. When we work on this app though, we are going to get some boilerplate we could use for testing APIs. But I'm not gonna include that. So let me just do like a quick closing on this, and I'll create a GitHub repo for it. Anonymous, thanks for the bits. All right, I'm gonna close that. I want to put this in its own folder. Oh, wait. Okay, I got it. React TS starter. I'm going to move that README into the React TS app. Great. And then I'm going to move React TS starter / React TS app to React TS app. Great. I'm going to remove React TS starter and then rename React TS app to React TS starter. Great. Now, this has all of that. Do I have a? I do have a git ignore, and that git ignore has all the node stuff. Good, good, good. Let's put it on GitHub. Honestly, I think I just made this for myself. I don't know why. So if you've been watching from the beginning, like we spent an hour talking about whether or not I should even make this, and if there's something out there that already does what I want. But I think it's great because now if I wanted to create a React app with TypeScript, I could just use this. It has my linter set up the way I want it and everything. It's pretty great. What'd you try to do, Oscar? Oh, a marquee. Oh, he's going pretty slow. All right. Yeah, and like that's the other thing is like it's using vite, so there's no like webpack config or anything like that. All right, I'll let you see me do this. I'm just going to update the README. With links to all the stuff that it uses. TypeScript eslint? vite. Vitest. Vite is, I agree with that. Vite is cool. JS DOM. Oh, I totally forgot. Earlier, whenever we ran the test for the first time, it installed JS DOM. I think I'll be able to edit that in. Because it didn't do it automatically. Accessibility tree. Oh, that's when you enable it, this is what you get? Wow. That's really cool to see. I'm zooming in and it's getting smaller. That was really funny. But that's so cool to see because this is basically all of the information that a screen reader would have accessible to it. I mean, it has accessible to the entire DOM. It has access to the entire DOM, but that gives you a really high level view of like what a screen reader would read back to the person. That's really cool. I can never, it's just reactrouter.com. I can never find the URL to React Router without clicking through like 4 links. Cool. Does it look okay? I think it looks fine. That's better. Cool. Look at all these config files. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but if you're a new dev and you see this, you're like, what is all of that doing? I guess this video explains it. Okay. There you go. If you like what I just did, you can clone it down from there. A config RC that describes all of our other configs. One config, yeah. I mean, technically, I think all of these tools support putting your config directly in the package.json. Technically. But that would make this file get really big really fast. Yeah, exactly. It's not at all. If you ever want to change anything, it's really hard if it's all in that package.json. I don't know. I guess this doesn't seem as daunting as some of those other starter packs that we saw earlier today. All right, let me do an outro and then we'll do the build an image search app. Okay. I guess I could point at this too. When you Control Z to quit, you can... Oh, you mean in the terminal? I don't think I knew that. So Control Z sets... Yeah, I thought it set that as a background job. I can't set it as a background job, apparently. Yeah, I've used foreground in the past to bring it back. Okay. Yeah, so this video will hopefully be out Friday morning. Before the stream, I'll put this video out. I'm going to edit it tomorrow. Also, feel free to go take a look at the eslint config that's in this repo. Like, just take a look at that, this file. And then anytime it complains about a missing dependency, just add it. But you can see in the package.json all of our eslint dependencies. I didn't want to close that. that. Yeah, so yeah, you technically can, right here on Twitch, I'll show you, /videos. Right there. Right there. I mean, I'll give you the link. Here you go. When this stream is over, just click that link and you can rewind if you want to. Okay, where were we? We were right here. There were 2 of me! So that's all for this setup video. Hopefully it was useful to you. Either you're following the setup along with me, or you can clone this setup that I created from GitHub. So github.com/codinggarden/React TS starter. It has all of the base code that we've written today. So if you're starting a React app and you need these specific dependencies, you can get up and going from there. Now I'm going to take this starter and build an image search app with it, so we can see a bit more usage of TypeScript, a bit more usage of tests, and the React router as well. So that'll either be in this video or some other video. If this video is over, then it's not in this video. Watch some other video. But thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Okay. Thank you, Tech2. I appreciate it. So what we should do at this point is create a separate project that we put the image search app into. Yeah, so dgit is a really cool tool for this. So if you do dgit user repo and then specify the folder name. So I'm going to do React TS image search. Did Rich Harris make this? Look, he's everywhere. And then this will just like clone it down, but not clone all of the Git history. So yeah, check it out. So now if I go to React TS image search, there's no Git folder. It's just the head commit of that repo here now. So I'll close all that. Cool. So we've generated the app. Now, let's get set up. So we'll have a page. I think I do actually, I want multiple pages. So maybe we have a favorites page and we have a home page. So the home page is where you'll do the searching, and then the favorites page is where you'll add to favorites. So whoa, why are you complaining? Oh, I need dependencies, that's why. Oof, it's already 5:20. Was I doing anything today? I don't know. I'm gonna blaze through this. So at this point, vite should work. Great, we get our little hello world. And then now, oh no, we're not going to have a backend. We're calling an existing API. So now the home page is going to have a nice little main area. We'll give this a class of container. I guess one thing I probably wanted to add, actually no, I think it makes sense that I didn't add it, was CSS modules. Because some devs want to use Tailwind or want to use CSS modules. I think that's the other thing about this starter is like, the only opinions it has are linting opinions. So if you bring this down, you can set up Tailwind with it if you want to. We also could create a version of this with Tailwind or a version of this with Bootstrap or whatever else. I don't know. But we have this. I actually am going to add Pico CSS to this. So Pico CSS. Yeah, I've seen Uno CSS. Uno CSS is like Tailwind, but and actually, I believe it's from the creator of vitest. I think, maybe. Antfu. Regardless, I believe Uno CSS basically allows you to create and add all of the utilities that you would want to exist. The default preset, which provides a common superset of popular utility-first frameworks. Yeah, and then you can add other presets to it. Is it opinionated if you can change the configs? Well, each of the configs are opinionated, I guess. What is picnic CSS? Lightweight and beautiful. Default. Oh, is this like Pico? Pico! Well, that's the thing. Tailwind is not a CSS framework. It is a CSS utility library. Bootstrap is a CSS framework. Tailwind Components is a framework. This one does have a few classes. Cool. I'm just going to go with Pico. So I've been using this in quite a few streams lately, but basically this is going to give me default styles and I don't have to worry about anything else. And that is all right with me. So in my index.html, I'm just going to add Pico right here. Good to go. And now I have an h1 hello world. Now, just by adding Pico, it instantly looks good. I'm going to keep my tests running in another tab. I guess we could use NES CSS, but okay. So, but I actually don't want hello world anymore. I want a form, and that form is just going to have a search box. So I have a label, search, and then we have an input, and should be fine, like this. And so I want to be able to search for mountains and click a button. So now we need a submit button. Go. Right now I'm zoomed in really, really big, so this is fine. So search for mountains, click go, and then make the API request. But now my tests are failing. I'm going to kill them until I have some functionality, and then we'll test that functionality. Let's add a form submitted event. So when this form is submitted, we'll call a function, form submitted. And then in here, we'll have it. And this will be a function that takes in the event, which is React dot, I actually don't know, form event handler of type HTML form element. No, that's the type of this thing. So I guess I could technically type it like this. And then we get access to e.preventDefault. E, though, is of type react.formEvent. So I think I'll put the type on E itself, like this. What's up, Steam Griffin? Oh, I missed your chat. Gonna drop this real quick. Is this a version of a vintage 1980s DOS-inspired Bootstrap theme? Sick. Yeah. So I think there was I think a Twitch streamer actually created the NES CSS. This one's cool because it looks like NES type elements. And then this gives you a nice little DOS interface. That's cool. That's cool. No, that's the thing, is I don't care how it looks. I'm trying to demonstrate testing. I'm trying to demonstrate TypeScript. Okay, so, that's great. We're preventing the default action. Now, this is good. We're getting some accessibility stuff. So I need to say this is HTML4 search, And then I need to give this an ID of search. And this is another accessibility thing. Button role button type submit. So it explicitly is the submit button. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Just check the demo. Is it hosted anywhere? Wow. Does it actually add the thing that does the rendering? Does it literally add that? Because that's hilarious. Like this is how this is how we used to interact with computers. Like you would literally have to paint like one pixel, one piece, one text letter, one letter at a time. Yeah. Okay. We handled the accessibility stuff. We prevented the default action. You darn tootin'. Wait, are you streaming right now, Steven Griffin? Is that why they're saying you're multitasking? Okay. Now we want some state for the search box. Though, do we really? I guess so. And then when this thing changes, cool. So we're setting the search value, and then here we want to call the API. And I think I'm going to install a React query for that. Mountains. Awesome. So now let's grab React query, which is now tanstack query. And this is going to let us make our HTTP requests. But it has like the is loading and error state and data, all of that built in. So this is what I want. And then we want to make a query, use query. We need to set up a query client and a query client provider. So this query client provider, we're going to pull in to our app component, and that's going to be the wrapped app. So right here, we'll also wrap it in query client provider. And this comes from tanstack query. Great. But we need to pass in a query client, which we'll create an instance of. Are you banned in CM Griffin's chat? Does that mean I need to ban you here? You've been mostly behaving. Pass the query client in. Is that the right thing? Oh, it's just called client. Client. Great. So now that's there. Then we can use the query client. And I realize like I'm not doing a good job of explaining here because I just want to get it completely working, and then I'm going to scrap it and then do the teaching after that. And then use query client comes from there. Wonderful. And then we want to use a query. But what if we want to use a query that's dependent on some other state variable? Like the search term. And that should give us back is loading. Last bad bootstrap thing. Windows 95 CSS. Well, that's cool. These are all great. Thanks for sharing. Okay. Is loading. Error. Data. Then we also need use query. And I think I'm going to try out Redaxios. The main reason I didn't try out Redaxios last time is I don't know how good the TypeScript support is, but Redaxios is 800 bytes. It uses fetch, but it has the exact same API as Axios. So let's try it. And then we can bring in Axios. But the reason I want that is because I don't want to do all of the error handling and content type negotiation manually. Yeah, Axios is fine. A lot of people are just saying, like, well, you don't want to have a whole nother dependency for something that's built into the browser. But if you just use fetch, then you have to do error handling and content type negotiation, whereas Axios handles all of that for you. So I will make this an async function. Yep. And then this will need to be, I guess I don't need the query client, I just need use query. I only need that if I'm doing a mutation. In this case, I'm not. Ooh, we got TypeScript. So I'm going to grab this URL. But we throw search in here. But here we can say if not search, return an empty array, so no search results. Okay, seems good. Expected a return value. Good call. Return data. Data is already declared in the upper scope. Awesome. So this little query is going to be dependent on our search variable. So if that changes, I think this is the dependency array. So this should rerun and re-request to the API. We should get back is loading. So now we can use all of that. We'll have a div. Right here we'll have progress. And if is loading is true, we'll show the progress bar. And then, welcome in the Jive, glad to have you. You have use event target value. Can't you bind the input value to search itself? I'm doing that here. Like, I mean, this is how you have to do it in React, unless you're using like form data right here. Actually, I don't want, and now that I think about it, you would name the inner data as results. This one? I would like to call it results over here, but I just thought of something. Technically, I don't want this query to be dependent on search, because that's going to search for every single keystroke. I want it to be whenever they submit the form. So I'll have another state variable, search URL, and then set search URL. Starts off as empty. And then this will be dependent on search URL. If it's nothing, return an empty array. Otherwise, we'll call a search URL like that. And then when you submit the form, I'll say set search URL with that. So that'll set the URL, re-trigger the query, and it should make the API request. I think like we could implement a debounce. I don't want to. I don't think I want to do that though. But I could do that right here, like on each change. Like wait, cancel, wait, and then allow it. Okay. If there was an error, then we're going to show a nice little card with an H3 that has error.message in it. Cool. We need to type that. What happens if something goes wrong? Oh, it just returns results anyways. What if we don't specify the queue? Queue is nothing. What if we go, I mean, I made this API like years ago. Oh, and then if we go to a not found, it's a serverless function, so we don't have like a catch-all not found. That's so lame. All right, if there's an error function, I will just say unknown error. I mean, sorry, if there's an error, what did I say? If there's a serverless function? Are you kidding? This is valid code. Are you kidding? And then if data dot length, if data is valid, then we want to iterate over it. Results. Too many curly braces. JSX, am I right? I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I made the error though. There shouldn't have been curly braces there, but that was really weird to figure out. Key result.id. Not query Q. Q equals cactus. There you go. And then, oh, this gives us back. Okay, so one thing I do want to do is I want to turn this into TypeScript types. So I'm just going to grab this raw JSON data, create myself an interfaces folder. And then inside of here, we'll call this the API response. And then right here, we'll go paste JSON as code. Top level name, API response. There we go. So the API responds with an object with two properties, images array, and then after, and then image has this specific type. Results.length is null? Reason? Wait, what? Interfaces and types have some overlap in that, like, technically I could define this as a type if I do this. And for all intents and purposes, those are one and the same, but you can do some other things with types that you can't do with interfaces. That is an extension called paste JSON as code. You can grab it from the VS Code extension store. And Smith, thanks for the bits. Okay, so now that I have those types, I can type this stuff. So I can say, if I return data as an API response, and that imported that from there, now is this typed out here? It is. So now it's like either it's an empty array, and actually this should that as an API response array. So this can either be no. I see. I need to return an object that like an empty one that has images as the empty array. And then I'm going to make after an optional property. So now, there we go. Results is either an API response or undefined. Though, it's not, it'll never be undefined the way I'm writing this. Oh well, we'll make it undefined. So if there was no search URL, results is undefined. If there was one, we make the API request, and then we get back that API response. Okay, now at this point, we get type completion. We know that results dot images dot map, and now we get access to, let's say I want a little image right here. The source is going to be result dot image. All right, and then result dot. Do we not have an ID? Well, that's unfortunate. I guess I will use the image as the key because images will never be the same. And then we can set the alt text here to be the title. Great. Query data cannot be undefined. Well, then how do I handle that, React query? When my component loads, I don't want you to make this request yet. Queries. I'm not ready to make this request. Do I need to make a subcomponent that then renders and requests the data? Does anyone here know React query? All right, help me out, Windward Hive. I don't want React. I don't want this to run unless search URL is set. Right now, I guess technically, right now I'm returning undefined, but I guess technically I could return this, and then it wouldn't complain. Yeah. But look, this is gonna work first try. Cactus. Look at that. But I have essentially coded this in a way where if search URL is not a thing, don't make the API request, but then when it is a thing, make an API request. Why don't we start with an empty array as the initial state? I mean, that's what I want to do. It is not the I can't think straight. It's not the standard in the React world. Like in the React world, they typically set data or whatever result as undefined or null to start. The third argument is an options object. Enabled. Not search URL. Sick. Awesome. I mean, is loading is true by default with enabled? How is that the case? It's true because is loading is true because it's not enabled. That's a weird API design. I know how to fix it though. There's also a property called is fetching, and that's really what I care about. That's not supposed to happen. Well, I think it does. So watch. So if I actually search for something, montañas, it goes away after the API request is done. Oh, thank you, Delta Time. So I think my fix here is I want to know whether or not it's fetching, not whether or not it's loading. Not says it flips it to turn it into a Boolean, and then it flips it again to turn it into the Boolean version of a truthy or a falsy value. Yeah, so I guess if I want to do it this way, then I essentially set enabled to false and use is fetching, not is loading. Cool. This is wrong. This is not an error that should be showing up. The JSX tags children prop expects a single child, but multiple were provided. That's only the case if it is the top element of the return. Regardless, I could give this some inline styles. Column count 3. And then let's do some global CSS. That sets image widths to 100%. This usually blows people's minds. Check this out though. Column count has nothing to do with CSS grid or flexbox or anything like that. This is just a CSS. It's been in CSS for a long time, but the issue is the columns flow like this instead of like this. But for our case, that's all we need. That's all we need. And then we also could add some margin, and now we got this beautiful 3-column layout with no CSS grid. Who's impressed? Just return an empty JSX element. But I want it to be main. Yeah, column count is super interesting. Well, that's the thing. Like, this has been around since CSS layout module level 2. Look at this. You could do this in IE 10. But like I said, it flows like this. So it goes this way, and then it goes back up, and then it goes to the right, like down like that. Which is usually not what you want with a column layout. But you do get like this. I forget what it's called. All right. Did you have an answer for me, Windward Hive? Like, I guess I could look into enabled and see how that works. If set query options.enable must be a Boolean. The enabled query option will only disable a query when the value is false. Okay. Yeah, I'm using Pico CSS. So Pico CSS gives us like the button styles in the dark background. And then we're just using that column count thing to get the CSS layout. The initial stale query option has been removed. Initial data is now treated as regular data, which means that if initial data is provided, the query will refetch on mount by default. If you do not want to refetch immediately, you can define a stale time. What's up, useless? I like Node. It's cool. It's been around for a really long time, and so people are trying to make replacements for it, which is good. Competition is good. Makes things better. But it is pretty daunting for everyone involved to have to decide on what to use. See you later, The Real Infinite. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in. You're on the internet right now, Silas. We are making websites which run on the web. The web runs on top of the internet. This is really lame. I kind of want to fix this for the React starter template, because, like, this shouldn't be happening. But, yeah, the way I solved this was, we're in the cloud. Wrap main in a fragment? Is that really what it's complaining about? But that's the thing, there's only one main element. It's specifically complaining about the main element itself, see? Oh, yeah, look, my linter even got rid of the fragment, because I was like, yeah, you don't need that. Ooh, they have built-in selectors. I didn't even know that. And the other day we implemented a custom version of useQuery. And we had our selectors too. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, even if I remove main and I put a little template thingy there. Well, I guess so, but I don't like it. So that fixes that error, and then really what I would want to do is I would actually want to return main here, because then now that can have the class of container. And it doesn't complain here. That was a really weird error to see just like in a component. Like, it did not want a top level element. It wanted... Maybe that's the... But it wasn't a linter rule. It was a TypeScript rule. It didn't want a top level element. It wants a top level fragment. Because look, like, this is valid React. I'm returning a single main element from my render function. But TypeScript is complaining. So we'll do the fragment for now. Yeah. Oh, I see. You're asking about streaming to multiple platforms. Partners technically can have a custom contract with Twitch. I don't have a custom contract with Twitch. I just have the default partner contract. But if you have a custom contract, you could work that into your contract, like remove the exclusivity and allow. So yeah. And also, they're not allowed to talk about their contract. I'm not allowed to talk about my contract. So, see you later, Peter. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you, I'm baby. Though, would you walk up to me on the street and tell me that I'm handsome, or is it because it's Twitch chat and I can't see you? You would? Okay, then I'll allow it. I'll allow it. All right. What am I even worried about? I guess I'm worried about this. Like, this feels awkward to me. Like, I guess I don't know what to search. So React query, use query, not on mount. That's what I want. Can anyone show me an example? How to use query when a button is clicked. Hey, that's more like it. According to the API reference, you need to change the enabled option to false to disable a query from automatically running. Then you refetch manually. Enabled false. And then, and then there specifically is a refetch function you can call. That might be a little cleaner. Let's see. We still have access to, okay, so we do have refetch. So we'll say enabled false. And then when we set the search URL, we should call refetch like that. Refetch. I think this is better. So basically, enabled false, so that way it doesn't fire off. And then inside of our form submitted, we call refetch. Refetch on mount false? No, this is Patrick. Wait, what? Cactus? Yeah, and at that point is where I would call refetch. This seems more React query-like. Before I was like dependent on a search URL changing. This is better. Cactus. Montañas. Now we're getting really weird behavior. Refetch on mount? False. Yeah, we have this here. It should, so even if I click enter, that's still going to run this code here. So cactus enter. That doesn't trigger it. But if I do this, which would set, then it would remount, enabled would be true. That does do it. So now if I do cactus enter, that sets it, that loads it. So like, yeah, I talked about debounce, potentially doing debounce earlier. This gives me the behavior that I want. I don't like that I'm potentially using React query wrong, though. We're not in the like canonical way. I guess technically I could take all of this that is not the form, all of this, put it in a separate component, and then only render that component if I know what the search term is. So I pass the search term down and only render it if search term is a valid value. This is the... Okay. I mean, I do that. I like that. Like, when this re-renders, search URL now has a value, which will fire this off. I don't know. I guess we'll go with it. Cool. Also, Redaxios seems to be just fine. Maybe that's what we'll use from now on. I'll link it to it. This is Axios, but it's really small and just uses fetch. But it has the exact same API as Axios. Resizing the window might trigger an API call in React query? No way. I guess it would if it had to re-render. Does no Axios work the same way? It has 0 stars. Wait, did you write this? Also, instead of margin, what if I did padding? Yeah, that's better. Then it doesn't flow out of the container. Beautiful. But now we can do half a rem. Okay. Also, I could put these inside of an article, which would give us a nice little card like that. And then the cards can also have titles. So like I could have a little h4 right here that has result.title. Cool. And then we could center that. I'm just doing inline styles like for now. Might want to pass the type, the API response as a generic. Oh, I believe it's inferred already. So this is telling me this is API response. So because we pass it a function which returns type API response, it is able to type it. Though you can also do this. Yeah, you can see the inferred type already. Right? Right? I'm pretty sure that it's inferring the type. Cool. And then also, we can give this a link. Caps lock is on. And then our API gives us back source. So I can click it, and then that loads the specific subreddit post that it got posted from. If I would normalize the titles, it depends. Right now, all of this data is coming from Reddit, so I'm really just passing it passing it in as is. I probably would want to do. I could do that, and then I guess I also could do something like. By, and then we have the author's name, so we technically could link to Reddit. I'm gonna end stream soon. I've been live for 6 hours. I laugh because I only wanted to be live for like 3, but I don't know. It's been fun. We got some nice raids. We learned some stuff. How about a loading widget instead of watching the? That's a great idea, but I don't want to do it. It's too much work. We could do that though. Result.author. And then this is going to be something like https://www.reddit.com /user/result.author. Cool. Isn't it? I'm glad we got eslint and prettier set up. And see you later, Tech2. Thanks for hanging out. Because it's really nice to be able to do that. Really nice to have like the format and the linting. Put an image in the content attribute. Like get loading or whatever. Trees. What happened here? Oh, maybe the image is too big. Yeah, but if we wanted to do image loading, we would basically have to like write our own component here, where we pass it the URL, and then it would handle loading, like setting the image in like an image element, like this, with some source, and then you could do like image add event listener for load, or load. Dang it. Yeah, load. So after it's loaded, and then right here, you could set some React state that like swaps out the loading image for the actual loaded image. We could do that, but I'm not gonna do that. Planes. Oh, the column is wrapping around to the next one. That's one of the issues of using column count as well, apparently, is now it's like wrapping, which I do not like. I don't even know if there's a way to fix that. Column count. Column width. I mean, at this point, we should just be using like CSS Grid or something like that. Or we could be using Flexbox. What's nice about this by default is you get the, I think Masonry was one of the first libraries to do that. Oh, this literally just loads Tumblr. But yeah, Masonry JS was one of the first ones to do it. But this kind of like just gives you that built in, but you have weird issues like this that I don't think are I don't know what I was saying. Break inside, avoid column. Where'd you find that? That did not work. Unfortunately, as of October 2021, this is still not supported in Firefox, but it's supported in every other major browser. Firefox supports page break inside avoid. I do have to say though, so I understand. I'm using inline styles. I'm not going to do this in the end app that I build, but it is really nice to actually get CSS autocomplete by default inside of my styles here, and that's because I am using TypeScript. So, yeah. I went to university. I have a degree in computer science, but I have taught at a code school, and I know I've worked with people that went to code schools. So yeah, that apparently didn't do it either. Oh, display. If I do display inline block on the individual article. That's the winner. Though now it looks really ugly. Because we have a bunch of extra weird extra spacing. What happens if I get rid of this page break inside as well? Yeah, I wrote this a long time ago. It just pulls from Reddit. It looks at r/earth porn, which is, it's not porn. It is like really beautiful images of Earth and such. Now we get this. I shouldn't worry about it. Oh, and then height. Auto? Yeah, really, you shouldn't be using these CSS properties. You should just use CSS grid. Like, yeah, so I don't need inline block there if I do this. And then now I can do display. Look at that, beautiful autocomplete. Display grid. Column count. Grid template columns is what I wanted. Yeah, now we get that. And now we don't want padding. We want margin on the elements. But we want, well, no, we want margin on, I guess we want it there too, but we want it on the container as well. This container. Use Flexbox? I mean, CSS Grid's gonna work. Yeah, like this. See, but with this, you don't actually get the masonry style. This fills the columns accordingly. It's fine. Fine by me. Someone give me something in nature. It's flowers. Oh. You're right. We haven't searched for banana yet. Palm trees. Oh. Oh. Tentacles? That's... I'm not going to search for that. Cool. Yeah, so instead of CSS Grid, we could write it... Let's try it with Flexbox. Like, if I do display flex, and then flex wrap, it's going to be row by default, so it'll wrap like this. But now we need to give a specific width to the children. So we need to say width 32%. And then we'll also do justify content space around. We reformat, we save. There we go. This, I mean, I think I could have gotten CSS Grid to do the same thing, but now when it gets too small, I guess it auto wraps. I could also add some media queries that say like here, these items should be like 48%, and that makes them wrap. Yeah, I think if I do 33% with margin, it'll only be 2 per row. Yeah, see, that only gives us 2 per row because it's just a little bit too much. But 32 is enough to leave space for the margin and all of that. And then align items flex start should fix this last row that does this, right? Right? Or no? I thought space around was doing that. That has to do with putting it at the top, which I actually don't like because I like all of the cards being the same size. I don't know. I'm done anyways. I'm gonna go I'm gonna stream another day, and I will talk through doing this. I think the other thing I need to figure out is yeah, it removes the stretching, but I think I want the stretching. I need to figure out how to test this, and I think the main thing I'm going to demonstrate with testing is, and actually it's not even there, like on vitest, they talk about it. Request testing. So if you look in vitest, you look at mocking, and then you go down, there's a section on requests, and it's like, don't mock your request. Use a mock service worker. So this basically allows you to set this up, and then now if your code makes a post request against login, it's going to intercept that and respond with a consistent response. But you put this in your front end code. That's what we're going to set up next time. So when we're writing a test for this, we don't call the actual nature image API. We set up the request mock and respond with an example array and then make sure that they render. Okay. I'm going to go. I appreciate you all. Thanks for all the supports today. Thanks for the raids earlier. I don't know if any raiders are still here, but that was awesome. Appreciate that. Thank you for all the bits, for all the subs. Thanks for hanging out. We made this today, so if you want to start a React app, and I mean, honestly, probably the bulk of the work here was getting eslint and prettier set up together. But if you're interested in that, check out that repo. I'm going to use it from now on if I want a plain old React app with TypeScript. Okay, let's go on a raid. You can find the raid messages at this website. If you're a sub, go here. If you're not a sub, you can use this. You're welcome, Electrothermal. Thanks for being here and lurking. I don't know if I saw any messages from you earlier, but I appreciate you. Is that a thing on GitHub, Oscar? You could specify it as a template. Is that in the settings? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. It was literally right there as one of the first options. Settings, template repository. Let's see what that gives us. Do I need to save, or did that just save? Oh, and then somebody can click use this template, and then they don't have to fork it. Wow. That's convenient, GitHub. Great work. Okay. I'm CJ, but if you're here right now, you probably already knew that. Check me out on YouTube. Follow me on Twitter. Some mods on your 3D printer. Very cool. I think eventually I want to get a 3D printer. I just never got into all that. The thing that I'm building right now could have used a 3D printer. because I'm doing a lot of like manual cutting of wood and such. Yeah, check me out on Twitter. Join the mailing list if you haven't. I do go live notifications, and then I send out a weekly email just saying hey and posting a weekly challenge. Check out the weekly challenge on the Discord. Well, you can check it out here, but if you want to participate, you can join the Discord. This week's weekly challenge is to use some library or framework that you've never used before. I'm going to use Astro. And then in the Discord channel, you just report back on what you figured out in that thing that you're trying. I think that's all. Mailing list, Twitter, YouTube, schedule. I'll be live. That's not how you spell that. I'll be live on Friday. If you check the calendar, you can see when I go live. But there is a stream planned for Friday as well. All right. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate you. Stay awesome. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.